Chapter 2071, You Can't Do It. Opponents held a different perspective. In their eyes, the two usurpers who had already seized the throne wouldn't relinquish power just because the emperor garnered public support. Were they really expected to surrender the authority they had claimed? Impossible. Unless they were intimidated by the emperor. If the emperor dispatched disaster relief, they might see it as a ploy, perhaps even orchestrating it themselves. Disaster relief wasn't a trivial matter, it required substantial funds and resources. With the treasury depleted, where would the emperor procure the necessary aid? Once the treasury was emptied, the two usurpers might exploit the opportunity to mobilize troops. What recourse did the emperor have? Thus, he couldn't authorize disaster relief. Of course, outright refusal wasn't an option either. In that case, the emperor might opt to prolong the deliberation until the bitter end. Furthermore, the emperor issued a decree to the two insurgents, commanding them to organize disaster relief efforts, and to the magistrates in Jiangnan, instructing them to allocate funds and provisions for the relief efforts. Whether they complied or not was their concern. In essence, the emperor needed to assert his stance. Moreover, no one could fault such a stance. If the two usurpers defied the decree, they would appear callous and risk alienating the people. Ultimately, the fourth prince acquiesced to this suggestion, affirming his commitment to providing disaster relief. Efforts were already underway to amass funds, food, and supplies for transport to the disaster-stricken regions. Simultaneously, the second and third princes, along with the prefects of Hangzhou, Yangzhou, Suzhou, and Jiangning, received orders to promptly unlock their warehouses and assemble provisions, food, medicine, clothing, and more, for dispatch to the disaster areas. The second and third princes erupted into laughter upon receiving the so-called imperial edict. They couldn't possibly comply. They even resorted to physical violence against the eunuch-bearer of the decree, promptly ejecting him. Publicly, they ceremoniously incinerated the supposed edict. Simultaneously, they reassured the populace of their unwavering commitment to disaster relief. After all, as the ruling sovereigns, how could they disregard the plight of their own subjects? They asserted that supplies were already in readiness and would unquestionably be dispatched. As for the impostor emperor in the capital, he was merely a regicide, having slain the rightful monarch. Who did he think he was, issuing orders? They dared him to prove his purported preparations by delivering aid, rather than spewing empty rhetoric. To underscore their sincerity in aiding the afflicted, the second prince promptly mobilized a substantial shipment of supplies. 30 laden carriages paraded through the streets, bound for the disaster-stricken regions. What did it matter how many supplies filled those carriages bound for the disaster area? Who would dare inquire? Who would risk divulging what they knew? Observing the second prince's gesture, the third prince swiftly followed suit, dispatching a consignment of relief supplies to the stricken region. Both princes scorned and derided the fourth prince in unison. Meanwhile, upon receiving the imperial decree, the prefectural magistrate of Hangzhou grumbled incessantly. He made no effort to prepare supplies, citing insurmountable obstacles. Truly, he claimed, he was powerless to assist, yet, daring to accept the decree proved perilous. First, the third prince, then the second, clandestinely dispatched envoys to intimidate him. Anyone brazen enough to heed the decree would learn a harsh lesson. Jiangnan lay a considerable distance from the capital. While the fourth prince issued decrees with apparent candor, should a crisis unfold, his ability to intervene would be limited. The state of Great Qin teetered precariously balanced amidst an enigmatic landscape of power dynamics. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know it report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2072, Chaos in the World. In territories beyond the dominion of the three princes, officials continued their duties obediently, avoiding any hasty actions. So long as they refrained from impulsive moves, they reasoned, they'd remain unscathed. Publicly aligning oneself with a particular faction meant relying on one's master for protection. Should their patrons fail to safeguard them, they'd face dire consequences. In such a precarious climate, it was prudent to abstain from taking sides. Self-preservation took precedence. Surrendering allegiance could always be considered once the dust settled among the three princes. After all, the masses were typically spared legal retribution. When the time came, the victor would likely be preoccupied with consolidating power rather than settling old scores. In the intermediate palace, the fourth prince vented his frustration with countless curses and damaged decorations, ultimately relenting to dispatch some supplies to the disaster area. In Jiangnan, stagnation prevailed. Communities focused solely on self-preservation, while elsewhere, there seemed little anyone could do. The theatrics of the three princes appeared just that, an act. Their proclaimed resources for disaster relief appeared meager on the surface and woefully inadequate in reality. This calamity proved severe, its impact continually expanding. Nearly 20 towns across the intermediate and lower reaches of the Yellow River lay in ruins. Desperation and mourning gripped the disaster-stricken populace. Angry and desperate, commoners turned against the government and plundered the wealthy. Banditry surged, and waves of refugees flooded the region. Groups of varying sizes fled in all directions, dragging loved ones and abandoning villages in despair. The Central Plains descended into chaos. Shortly thereafter, intermediate generals in Shu expelled local officials, hoisted their own banners, and rebelled, offering refuge to the displaced masses. The world erupted in chaos. In response, the three princes issued decrees condemning the rebels, but no one mobilized troops for intervention. No one wished to deplete their resources. Observing this, turmoil deepened. The royal family's authority teetered on the brink of collapse. Nanhua also raised the standard of rebellion. Within a year, more and more ambitious individuals joined the fray, coalescing into numerous factions. Simultaneously, banditry surged. Hooligans and ruffians grew increasingly bold, perpetrating robberies and thefts with alarming frequency in both large and small towns. Amidst the chaos, countless opportunists seized the moment to settle old scores, exact revenge on past adversaries, or eliminate competitors, adding to the tumult. The world spiraled deeper into disarray. In response, the three princes grew increasingly restless. The second prince took the initiative, dispatching troops to conquer neighboring towns, aiming to expand his territory and consolidate power. Not to be outdone, the third and fourth princes swiftly followed suit. In a bid to undermine each other, they launched sudden attacks, engaging in fierce battles with fluctuating outcomes. Witnessing the power struggle among the princes, other influential factions with their own ambitions weren't to be left behind. They too mobilized, targeting the emerging smaller factions. Their strength swelled, and they grew bolder, unafraid to confront even the princes themselves. As the world plunged further into chaos, even the princes found themselves powerless against the rising tide. Inevitably, An's Prefecture city, nestled in a remote corner, could no longer remain untouched. Initially, a trickle of refugees began pouring in. Hundreds, even thousands, arrived in ragged attire, bearing the weight of extreme poverty. Unable to turn a blind eye, Shao Yunduan took action. He initiated the construction of shelters outside the city to provide refuge for the influx of displaced souls. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2073, discussing settlement of the refugees. However, as the number of people swelled to 600 to 700, with uncertainty looming over the possibility of even more arrivals, passivity was no longer an option. Shao Yunduan convened Jia Hemming, Jing Sang, along with a handful of scribes, Sun Bai, Sun Qian, and Qiao Xian. His wife, well-versed in such affairs, played a crucial role. In the past, such actions might have been deemed inappropriate. Yet, in the midst of this chaotic era, what defined appropriateness? It boiled down to the willingness of all involved. During the deliberations, the appearance of Madame Shao surprised no one. Shao Yunduan recounted the situation, prompting nods from everyone as discussions ensued. Indeed, my lord. Establishing a protocol is imperative, one voiced. Absolutely. In our current reality, Sai, despite An's Prefecture city's remoteness, the influx of refugees is staggering. Without proper settlement, the ramifications could be dire. Fortunately, we have you, my lord. Your leadership brings reassurance to all. Indeed, indeed. Let us heed Lord's guidance. Absolutely, absolutely, Shao Yunduan, with a genial smile, interjected, I invite you all to contribute your ideas collectively. Share your thoughts and suggestions on how best to settle the refugees without disrupting the harmony of Avenge province. Your input is invaluable, so please, speak freely. Having collaborated with Lord Shao for numerous years, everyone understood his approach. Lord Shao was always receptive to input. By convening this discussion, he signaled his openness to ideas. The more innovative the contributions, the more esteemed they would be in Lord Shao's eyes. Take Hijacking, for instance. Initially reserved, he now confidently showcased his intellect in Lord Shao's presence, earning Lord Shao's admiration. Observing him now, standing resolute before the deputy prefect, Hijacking exuded a sense of accomplishment. Following deliberation, they resolved to settle the refugees and engage them in labor in exchange for support for their families. While this served as a broad framework, the intricacies demanded thorough comprehension. Clear understanding was paramount to preempting oversights and averting potential complications in implementation. Hijacking, adept in such matters, assumed leadership, supported by Songshe and Lu Fu, under Qiao Xian's employ, who offered their experienced assistance. Crucially, the government warehouse boasted ample reserves of both funds and provisions. Furthermore, they could rely on the unwavering support of Madame Shao. Despite these assurances, Hijacking proceeded cautiously, mindful of the uncertain influx of future refugees. Over the past few days, the numbers had seen a modest increase. Hijacking delegated a clerk to meticulously register each refugee, cataloging their origins and familial ties. Not a single individual, including the elderly and children, would be overlooked. Subsequently, parcels of land, suitable for temporary settlement and short-term labor, would be allocated to groups of approximately 1,000 individuals. He aimed to identify 3 to 5 suitable locations for such settlements. Taking charge, Qiao Xian embarked on the task alongside Yi, Minmian, and Songshe. Though Shao Yunduan harbored reservations, Qiao Xian remained resolute. Accustomed to acquiescing to her wishes, Shao Yunduan acquiesced once more, albeit with a resigned sigh and some gentle reprimand. Eventually, he entrusted Yi with her care before reluctantly letting her depart. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2074, Interim Plan. Qiao Xian was brimming with excitement. She harbored immense joy at the prospect ahead, though she made a conscious effort to conceal it from Shao Yunduan. Exploring the mountains, rivers, and forests of An's province had been a long-standing desire of hers. Finally, an opportunity had presented itself. Considering the logistical challenges of accommodating thousands of people, the settlement's location couldn't stray too far from town. Practicality demanded accessibility for efficient management and the convenience of its inhabitants. Selecting a site necessitated a balance, proximity to town for ease of access yet distant enough to ensure manageable logistics and resource availability, particularly water. The chosen location lay an hour or even 2 away from the settlement, a distance deemed manageable. It was a mere token effort for them. 3 days later, Qiao Xian led Shao Yunduan and Hijacking to inspect the chosen site for relocating the refugees. Situated an hour's journey south of An's Prefecture city, it boasted a small hill with gentle undulations and sparse tree growth, a promising canvas for development. Building a settlement capable of housing over 1,000 people posed no significant challenges here. The refugees, venturing southward for over an hour, stumbled upon a swamp. Upon consulting her powers, Qiao Xian discerned that the swamp harbored untapped potential. Its shallow mud offered a canvas for development, ripe for transformation into either paddy fields or fish ponds. With an estimated capacity of around 30,000 mu, the addition of such fertile land heralded a boon for An's province, where arable land was scarce amidst the rugged terrain. Despite the enthusiasm for land clearing, previous efforts had primarily focused on drylands and mountains. Exploring the mountainous regions proved arduous, a fact well known to all. For Xiao Xian, this task was relatively straightforward, owing to her substantial resources. Few could afford to undertake the daunting task of demolishing homes belonging to ordinary people. Clearing the land demanded painstaking effort, both above and below ground. Trees, weeds, bushes, and thorns littered the surface, while below, a labyrinth of roots tangled intricately, resembling fishing nets and chessboards, a formidable challenge to overcome. That wasn't the end of the challenges. The freshly cleared land would be in its initial stages for the first 3 years, demanding significantly more effort to tend to rampant weed growth. The relentless task of weeding alone promised exhaustion. Furthermore, post-reclamation, taxes would be levied, albeit modestly, considering the limited yield. Moreover, acquiring land necessitated financial investment, a barrier that deterred commoners from embarking on land exploration ventures. The initial years posed formidable challenges, dissuading all but the most determined individuals from enduring the hardships unless absolutely necessary. Xiao Xian's leadership, however, had spurred cultivation of various cash crops such as herbs, star anise, and peppers, fostering a willingness among people to engage in land exploration. Yet, despite her efforts, the extent of wasteland reclaimed remained relatively modest. Observing the swamp, Hijacking hesitated, voicing his concern. "Madam, are you certain this swamp can truly be cultivated into fertile land? Honestly, there are numerous swamps in An's province. Attempts to convert them into arable land have often failed. This swamp may prove challenging to transform." Xiao Xian smiled reassuringly. "You needn't fret, Deputy Prefect Zhao. Not all swamps are alike. Some are indeed unsuitable for cultivation, but others, like the one before us, pose no such challenge. In truth, it was merely a matter of perspective. With modern resources, any swamp, no matter how formidable, could be transformed into fertile land. How could it present a difficulty? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 2075, Rest assured, in An's province, many swamps were deemed unsuitable for development under current conditions. However, Xiao Xian remained confident in her selection, knowing she hadn't intended to claim all the swamps anyway. Despite Xiao Xian's reassurances, Hijacking maintained his skepticism, albeit with a forced smile. "Madam, your judgment is undoubtedly sound. It was Yunduan who made the final call. Let's proceed as planned. Assign them tasks here and pay them according to market rates. With work to occupy them, they're less likely to cause trouble." Thus, the exploration served as a pretext. Even if it didn't yield the desired results, it wouldn't matter much. Xiao Xian shot Yunduan a glance, sensing his lingering doubt. That conversation could wait until they were home. After some consideration, Hijacking concurred. Crucially, they couldn't afford to let the refugees idle. Unsupervised free time often led to trouble, opportunities for theft, mischief, and other vices. With a respectful bow, Hijacking pledged his compliance. "Understood. I'll attend to it promptly." He then instructed Hijacking to escort Xiao Xian home. "There are fewer than 1,000 refugees at present, and it may be some time before we reach the next 1,000. Please, take some rest for a few days." His wife's enthusiasm seemed unyielding. Despite her lack of fatigue, Xiao Xian decided not to contest the matter. It was an opportunity to spend time with her son, after all. With refugee registrations now complete, the count stood at 921 individuals, all fleeing from flood-ravaged areas. Hijacking organized them by geographical origin and, with the assistance of 4 clerks, led them to the settlement. Their immediate task, constructing shelter, using whatever materials were available, be it tiles, bark, or thatch. Given the season, there was no urgency, and temporary arrangements sufficed for the time being. Uncertainty loomed regarding how long these refugees would remain in An's province. If they departed come spring, the houses would seem wasted, an unacceptable notion for Hijacking, ever mindful of frugality. Thus, the priority lay in providing temporary shelter from the elements. If some chose to stay longer, decisions could be revisited then. Apprehensive that they might be turned away, the refugees breathed a collective sigh of relief when Hijacking reassured them of the government's provisions. Grateful, they cheered and expressed their thanks to Lord Shao for extending his hospitality. The prospect of work brought a sense of ease rather than resentment among the refugees. They understood that nothing came for free in this world. While the government could provide temporary shelter and sustenance for a few days, perhaps even a month, what then? Were they to expect perpetual charity from foreign governments? It was only logical to assume they'd be swiftly expelled. With employment now secured, they could at least count on staying until winter, possibly even until spring. Next year promised a fresh start, a chance for everything to fall into place. To maintain order, the government dispatched 50 bailiffs. Under Jiaheming's direction, the clerks organized the refugees into groups and began the task of building houses. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2076, Great Harvest. Building the houses required adherence to a structured plan. First, they meticulously leveled the foundation, then proceeded to construct the houses in neat rows. Sturdy walls, fortified against mud, promised survival through the winter. The roofs, layered with bark and thatch, ensured warmth and protection against the elements. Upon completion, each family received 3 taels of silver as a settlement fee. Additionally, they were permitted to venture into the mountains and fell 3 trees for basic furniture. Beyond these provisions, their future livelihoods depended on their own efforts. Diligent workers had little cause for concern, their earnings could sustain them. However, those prone to idleness and delusion would find no solace in government assistance. Regardless, settling in An's province offered more stability than aimless wandering. Motivated by a collective desire for order, the refugees worked with remarkable efficiency. In just 5 days, all the houses stood complete. After a 2-day reprieve, preparations began for their assigned tasks. Each person's daily work record was meticulously supervised, with a clerk and a few bailiffs assigned for oversight. Jiaheming instructed the clerks to discreetly identify capable and charismatic individuals among the refugees who could eventually assume managerial roles overseeing these records. Government patrols would periodically ensure compliance. Soon thereafter, Xiao Xian identified 2 additional potential settlement sites, one in Suizhou town and the other in Taiping town, both conveniently located near An's city. Given the moderate population of An's prefecture city and its surrounding towns, proximity to daily necessities was assured. The exploration sites lay within an hour or 2 of travel from their current location, all on drylands. With August drawing to a close, planting season was not ideal. Plans for utilizing these newly opened fields would be made in the coming spring. Despite expectations that the flood aftermath would gradually ease and refugees would resume normalcy, the influx persisted, indicative of a world growing increasingly tumultuous. Shao Yunduan, Jiaheming, and their associates had anticipated a gradual recovery, yet the reality proved different, with numerous refugees continuing to pour into An's province. By mid-October, more than 1,000 people had arrived. The 3rd settlement was also activated. At the end of October, the news of Shuzhong rebellion spread throughout the world, and the world was in an uproar. At the end of November, Nanyue also rebelled. As various factions eyed territory covetously, and the 3 princes maneuvered to expand their influence, chaos reigned across the land. Yet amidst the turmoil, a blessing from the heavens shone upon them. Despite the pervasive sense of panic, An's province had enjoyed a bountiful harvest this year. Rice production surged by at least 30%, with some fields meticulously tended to yielding an astonishing increase of nearly half. Such abundance meant that even in the event of a poor harvest next year, prosperity would endure. Nearly every household boasted a flourishing crop of potatoes, with yields ranging from 1,230 to 1,560 caddies per mu, an unprecedented bounty. Some families, buoyed by their large harvests, even ventured into selling a portion of their surplus potatoes. Meanwhile, the medicinal herbs, peppers, and star anise planted years prior were now ready for harvest. Amidst this abundance, laughter echoed among the commoners, a testament to their newfound prosperity. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2077, Good Life in the Country. No matter what tumultuous events unfolded elsewhere, tranquility reigned supreme in An's province. The common folk showered Lord Shao with gratitude, attributing their peace and prosperity solely to him. Ever since Lord Shao's arrival, An's province underwent a profound transformation. His absence would have rendered the province non-existent today, such was his indelible impact. Lord Shao's influence permeated every facet of life. Amidst the turmoil plaguing the world, An's province clung to Lord Shao as its anchor. Even the esteemed families echoed the sentiments of the commoners. Under Lord Shao's stewardship, prosperity flourished. Yet, beneath their jubilant facade lingered apprehension. What if the court, in its whimsy, decided to relocate Lord Shao? In these tumultuous times, a dependable magistrate was akin to ancestral protection. Pondering deeply, one could discern the dire consequences of an unreliable official exploiting chaos for personal gain, plunging the region into disarray with reckless abandon. In that precarious moment, escape seemed an impossible feat, misfortune appeared inevitable for all. Hence, Lord Shao's presence was imperative. Such sentiments resonated deeply. An's city couldn't afford to lose Lord Shao. Under his stewardship, bountiful harvests became the norm, a testament to fortuitous favor. But the looming possibility, what if the court mandated Lord Shao's transfer? Anxiety gripped every soul. Then, a voice, dripping with cynicism, cut through the tense air. Is there even a court anymore? Which court holds sway? Lord Shao's departure seems implausible. If we, the people, withhold our consent, the court's authority wanes. His words shattered illusions, rousing the populace to reality. Consensus emerged amidst nods of agreement. Indeed. Absolutely, that's the way forward. The imperial court can't disregard our welfare. Why not assert our right to retain Lord Shao? Should officials dare set foot here, well, simply drive them off. Exactly. However, while voiced intentions to expel them were plenty, true conviction may have faltered. It wasn't prudent to merely chase officials away. Preemptive measures seemed wiser. Eliminating potential threats before they breached An's province proved safer. There was no need for bloodshed. Rendering officials incapable of assuming control posed little challenge. With this strategy in mind, An's province's families found solace. The winter this year proved exceptionally harsh. November ushered in biting winds and chilling airs, leaving folks shivering. Over 4,000 refugees had already found sanctuary in An's province by this juncture, with no further influx in sight. The expected had come to pass, no soul wandered the roads at this perilous time. Traveling in such bitter cold meant risking one's life. Furthermore, the three princes and various factions feverishly recruited manpower, with refugees being the prime target. Competition was fierce, leaving little for An's province to contend for. Yunduan issued a decree to dismantle all makeshift settlements beyond the city walls, reinstating them to their former state. The absence of refugees turned out to be a blessing in disguise. Unlike other regions, Yunduan refused to treat those who sought refuge with him as mere chattel. He wouldn't subject them to the callous whims of slavery, no arbitrary orders, no casual abuse, no lashes of indifference. Each new arrival found solace in knowing they wouldn't be abandoned to despair. As long as they were willing and able to contribute, they were welcome to make An's province their home. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2078, Zhao Shu and Taotao are here. However, with this approach, the pressure on An's province also escalated significantly. Merely providing food and clothing initially incurred substantial expenses. Subsequently, each family would receive 3 taels of silver daily for resettlement and employment, which amounted to a considerable sum. Under his administration, An's Prefecture city had flourished in recent years, boasting healthy coffers and well-stocked warehouses. However, in the past, accommodating so many refugees would have been untenable. In October, Jia Hemming, Zheng Sang, and their compatriots conferred with Shao Yunduan. Given the tumultuous state of the world, merely safeguarding An's province was insufficient. Should a group of marauders or opportunists descend upon them, their current manpower would struggle to repel them. Consequently, they deemed it necessary to bolster their defenses. Shao Yunduan pondered the proposal and found merit in it, thus expanding the cadre of bailiffs. Presently, An's province boasted a total of 3,000 bailiffs, excluding the civilian security forces comprised of local villagers. Despite comprising only 3,000 official bailiffs, each carefully selected by Zheng Sang, Sun Bai, and Sun Qian, these individuals underwent rigorous training, emerging as elite defenders. Even if An's province were besieged by 20,000 or even 30,000 assailants, these 3,000 would suffice to safeguard the city. However, assembling such an elite force incurred considerable expenses. The funds from the state coffers proved inadequate, prompting Qiao Xian to allocate an additional 200,000 taels of silver. Yet, in the midst of such chaotic times, such expenditures were deemed necessary for self-preservation. Qiao Xian couldn't help but sigh, feeling as though she were living in a surreal world she had never envisioned. In mid-November, to her surprise, Zhao Shu and Taotao arrived. Traditionally accustomed to lavish entourages, Zhao Shu opted for a remarkably modest approach this time. Their procession consisted of no more than 3 carriages and a retinue of no more than 10 servants. Additionally, they enlisted the aid of a select team of over 20 renowned martial escorts for protection. Upon their arrival at An's city and encountering Qiao Xian and Shao Yunduan, Zhao Shu and Taotao visibly relaxed. Their weary appearance caught Qiao Xian and Shao Yunduan off guard. What happened? Shao Yunduan inquired, concerned by their uncharacteristic fatigue, especially considering their affluent background. Zhao Shu, holding Taotao close, offered a reassuring smile. It's a long tale. For now, we seek refuge with 5th brother and 5th sister-in-law. Let's rest first, and we can discuss everything later. Qiao Xian and Shao Yunduan's apprehension deepened. Witnessing their worry, Taotao hastened to alleviate it. 5th brother, 5th sister-in-law, please don't be troubled by his vague words. It's nothing serious, really. We simply found Jiangnan a bit tumultuous and deemed it wiser to seek sanctuary with you. Qiao Xian's relief was palpable as she responded with a warm smile, you're welcome to stay here. It's secure, and you won't face any harassment. Indeed, that was the reality. Zhao Shu nodded in agreement, his smile genuine. Absolutely. Given their weary state, Qiao Xian arranged for their comfort. With a mansion in An's province belonging to Zhao Shu, the servants paid their respects to Qiao Xian and Shao Yunduan before escorting Zhao Shu and Taotao back to the Zhao family residence. Their stay with Qiao Xian and Shao Yunduan was expected to last 2 to 3 days. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2079, Strength is Everything. After dinner, Shao Yunduan instructed the nanny to take Ainan to bed, creating a moment of privacy to inquire of Zhao Shu and Taotao, please, tell me what transpired. Qiao Xian regarded them with evident concern. For them to abandon Jiangnan and seek refuge here for the new year suggested that the situation in Jiangnan was dire, perhaps even worse than they had anticipated. While Shao Yunduan had been keeping tabs on various regions, his primary concern lay with the capital and Xiangyang, the domain of the second prince. He refrained from probing into affairs elsewhere, acknowledging the volatile nature of the current circumstances. Amidst such chaos, developments could swiftly unfold, rendering even the most meticulous inquiries futile. Their best course of action was to focus on fortifying themselves. Strength was paramount. An's province, secluded and seemingly insignificant in the grand scheme of things, enjoyed a certain degree of insulation from external scrutiny. Shao Yunduan refrained from delving deeper into inquiries. After all, regardless of the turmoil elsewhere, their affairs were unlikely to directly impact him for the time being. Zhao Shu and Taotao exchanged glances before speaking in turn. Zhao Shu's enterprises predominantly operated in the Jiangnan region. Even if he endeavored to maintain a low profile, the sheer breadth of his business interests made discretion challenging. His expansive holdings, including the 100,000 mu of mulberry fields in Yangzhou and numerous ventures in Hangzhou and Huzhou, invited envy and scrutiny. Despite his efforts to enjoy life discreetly, Zhao Shu's prosperity drew attention, particularly following the devastation of Zhao Mu's holdings at the hands of Qiao Xian. In times of peace and prosperity, Zhao Shu stood as a symbol of success, admired by many. However, amidst the chaos of this world, he found himself a ripe target, akin to a fat sheep awaiting slaughter. Unless his properties enjoyed the protective umbrella of Shao Yunduan or Qi, they risked becoming easy prey. Yet, the catch lay in Jiangnan. Neither Shao Yunduan nor Qi held sway over Jiangnan. Fortunately, Qiao Xian and Shao Yunduan had preemptively dispatched a missive, urging them to prepare and safeguard their assets promptly. Belonging to the faction of, whatever fifth brother and fifth sister-in-law decree is right, they wasted no time in complying. After cataloging their possessions, they meticulously packed dozens of particularly valuable crates, concealing them in various covert locations. They rationalized their industries, divesting themselves of unprofitable small enterprises, houses, and shops, while meticulously organizing the remaining ventures. This task was no small feat, but Zhao Shu's extensive network ensured smooth execution without chaos. As the situation deteriorated, they found solace in heeding the advice of fifth brother and fifth sister-in-law. Without their guidance, timely asset consolidation would have been impossible, leaving them in perpetual anxiety. Hangzhou, Taotao's favored locale, became their sanctuary amidst the chaos. Prudence dictated they remain indoors, avoiding the uncertain dangers outside. However, their sense of security was short-lived. Hangzhou, it turned out, was not as safe as they presumed. The escalating chaos birthed ambitious figures like Prefect Lu. Prefect Lu harbored envy toward neighboring powers like the Intermediates and Nanyue, who had effectively become regional lords amid the turmoil. Without declaring independence, they wielded significant autonomy. Prefect Lu followed suit, amassing private soldiers, replacing officials with loyalists, and seizing control of resource-rich county cities amid the tumult. In essence, he became a potent duke in his own right. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know it report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2080. This is just the beginning. Raising a private army demanded a considerable financial investment. Without funds, all endeavors were futile. The audacity of the Hangzhou prefect, launching preemptive strikes and encroaching on neighboring territories, stemmed from his perceived strength. Confidence and bravery were bolstered by power, and power, in turn, was fueled by wealth. Silver was the lifeblood of his operations, necessary for training and maintaining his soldiers, thus perpetuating the need for further funds. In Jiangnan's opulent landscape, teeming with affluent families and abundant resources, the Hangzhou magistrate harbored no concerns regarding depleted coffers. Zhao Shu's modest background and wealth made him a prime target for extortion by the Hangzhou prefect. Without hesitation, the magistrate demanded 500,000 taels of silver from Zhao Shu, signaling just the beginning of his exorbitant demands. Aware that acquiescing to this demand would likely invite further extortion in the future, Zhao Shu complied, recognizing the precarious position he was in. To refuse payment would risk incurring the wrath of the Hangzhou prefect, leading to dire consequences. Zhao Shu pleaded desperately, insisting he lacked the requested sum. After much negotiation, he managed to scrape together 150,000 taels of silver with the assistance of several sympathetic merchants who bribed a Grandmaster in the magistrate's circle. Despite his desire to flee Hangzhou, immediate departure was impossible. He had to attend to his affairs in the city. Disentangling himself from significant enterprises like fields, shops, and a 5,000 mu tea house required meticulous coordination, even in his absence. Yet, paramount among his concerns were the 100,000 mu flower field and the perfume workshop nestled within it. Fortunately, with the off-season in full swing, the flowers and trees had wilted, and production at the perfume workshop had ceased. Acting swiftly, Zhao Shu halted all operations at the workshop, evacuating core family members to the safety of the Zhao clan's headquarters. Remaining workers were instructed to maintain the estate but strictly prohibited from venturing beyond its confines. The core equipment and tools from the workshop were carefully stashed away in an underground chamber hidden within a distant courtyard. Earning nearly $1 million annually alongside Xiao Xian and Shao Yunduan, their income flowed effortlessly compared to the toil required by the mulberry fields. Their modest returns were a deliberate choice to maintain a low profile. Were they to expand production, profits would easily soar. However, Zhao Shu dared not tamper with this venture, fearing discovery by the avaricious Hangzhou Prefect, who would undoubtedly seize it without hesitation. Such temptation was impossible to resist. Just as Zhao Shu prepared to depart Hangzhou with Taotao to reunite with Xiao Xian and Shao Yunduan, an unexpected obstacle emerged. The prefect's brother-in-law sought him out. The arrival of the prefect's brother-in-law brought yet another demand for money, this time a staggering sum of 500,000 taels. Zhao Shu teetered on the brink of exasperation. How could he possibly produce such a sum? Was this person out of his mind? Did he not realize Zhao Shu had refused his own brother-in-law? Concealing his mounting frustration, Zhao Shu feigned poverty, inwardly seething with frustration. Every fiber of his being screamed for escape. Remaining in Hangzhou was becoming increasingly untenable. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2081, Rebirth. To Zhao Shu's astonishment, the prefect's brother-in-law eventually relented on his monetary demands, opting instead to leverage his own assets as collateral. Yet, his audacity reached new heights when he brazenly requested the transfer of Zhao Shu's prized 100,000 mu of mulberry fields in Yangzhou. The sheer gall of the request left Zhao Shu reeling. Was this even within the realm of reason? How could someone make such a demand without a hint of shame? The mulberry fields yielded a substantial income of at least 700,000 to 800,000 taels annually, potentially surpassing $1 million in prosperous years. To relinquish such a valuable asset on a whim was unthinkable. It seemed unfathomable that anyone, even an emperor, would dare to orchestrate such a blatant seizure of property. In a bid to diffuse the tension, Zhao Shu resorted to jests and eventually, with no other recourse, prepared a lavish gift to hasten the magistrate's brother-in-law's departure. However shameless the magistrate's brother-in-law may have been, he showed no hesitation in accepting the lavish gift while issuing his ruthless ultimatum. Granting Zhao Shu a mere 3 days to deliberate, it was clear his sights were firmly set on the coveted 100,000 mu of mulberry fields in Yangzhou. Suppressing his urge to resort to violence, Zhao Shu implored for a brief reprieve, begging for an additional 2 days to consider his options. Once the troublesome brother-in-law departed, Zhao Shu wasted no time in launching an investigation into the sudden targeting. There had to be a motive behind the magistrate's brother-in-law's brazen demands. Zhao Shu was determined to uncover the truth, fearing that others might suffer a similar fate. Quickly, their inquiries revealed that other families remained untouched by such harassment. It became evident that Zhao Shu was the sole target of these aggressive tactics. It became apparent that the information had been deliberately leaked to Zhao Shu, a calculated move intended to rattle him. The orchestrator behind these aggressive maneuvers was none other than Zhao Di. By some stroke of luck, Zhao Di had crossed paths with the prefectural magistrate's brother-in-law, seizing the opportunity to cozy up to a powerful ally. Fueled by his deep-seated animosity towards Zhao Shu, Zhao Di wasted no time in weaving a web of deception. He regaled the magistrate's brother-in-law with exaggerated tales of his own business acumen, painting himself as a loner, shunned and unloved by his own family. In reality, he was cold and selfish, with no one caring for him. Envious of Zhao Shu's vast wealth and convinced of his vulnerability, the magistrate's brother-in-law saw an opportunity to exploit what he perceived as a fat sheep ripe for the taking. Thus, the demand for the transfer of the 100,000 mu of mulberry fields was born out of Zhao Di's deceitful machinations, driven by jealousy and a desire for revenge. Zhao Di may not have been privy to the full extent of Zhao Shu's business empire, but he knew that the 100,000 mu of mulberry fields held significant value to him. Losing it would undoubtedly strike a blow to Zhao Shu's pride and prosperity, a punishment he deemed fitting. However, this demand for the mulberry fields was just the tip of the iceberg. The prefect's brother-in-law, driven by greed and emboldened by his initial success, showed no signs of backing down. Zhao Shu could practically taste the bitterness of his impending misfortune. Furious upon learning of Zhao Dis' betrayal, Zhao Shu refrained from taking drastic measures against the brothers. Their familial ties posed a risk to his reputation if news of their demise were to spread. Yet, just as Zhao Ye's coercion seemed to subside, Zhao Di resurfaced with renewed fervor. Despite his impulsivity and irrationality, Zhao Di proved himself a useful lackey, poised to serve as a pawn for the prefect's brother-in-law's machinations. Such lackeys, ruthless and expendable, were valuable assets in the cutthroat world of politics and power struggles. They could be readily sacrificed if need be, sparing their manipulators any remorse or hesitation. In the eyes of Zhao Shu, this arrangement couldn't have been more opportune. Determined to eliminate the threat posed by Zhao Di, Zhao Shu resolved to end his life. The execution of this plan was entrusted to Uncle Qing, a trusted associate. On the very day that the prefect's brother-in-law's deadline loomed, Zhao Di met a fatal accident, plunging into the water and meeting his demise. Unbeknownst to anyone, Zhao Shu orchestrated this demise with meticulous precision. To all appearances, it seemed like a tragic accident, an outcome even the prefect's brother-in-law accepted without suspicion. Thus, Zhao Shu successfully removed the obstacle in his path, ensuring his own safety while evading any suspicion of foul play. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2082, Just Wait and See. Despite Zhao Dis' untimely demise, the prefectural magistrate's brother-in-law couldn't help but lament the loss of such a useful lackey, henchman, lapdog, one who charged into battle with reckless abandon. Originally intending to authorize Zhao Di to request the mulberry field title deed from Zhao Shu, the brother-in-law never anticipated his demise due to drunkenness. Nevertheless, Zhao Di's penchant for frivolity ultimately sealed his fate, a sacrifice the brother-in-law deemed acceptable. Putting Zhao Di's demise behind him, the brother-in-law promptly approached Zhao Shu himself. Politely declining the request, Zhao Shu cited the ancestral significance of the mulberry fields, claiming it as the inheritance of his maternal grandparents, a gift he couldn't simply relinquish without dishonoring their memory. Furthermore, the magnitude of the request was egregious, far beyond the bounds of propriety. In a thinly veiled rebuke, Zhao Shu offered a token of apology in the form of antiques worth 50,000 taels of silver, a gesture meant to placate the brother-in-law's ire. Infuriated by Zhao Shu's refusal and his perceived arrogance, the brother-in-law departed with a sneer, vowing retribution as he left with the meager offering. Fortunately, Uncle Qing's shrewd bribery of the Grandmaster beside the magistrate averted a potential disaster. The Grandmaster wisely cautioned against such actions, highlighting the potential repercussions of publicizing Zhao Shu's retribution. Such an event could trigger widespread panic among the affluent families, leading them to safeguard their assets and seek refuge, which would not bode well for Lord's interests. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, the prefectural magistrate of Hangzhou acquiesced, feigning ignorance to preserve appearances and allowing his brother-in-law free rein. Despite his compliance, the brother-in-law nursed a grudge against the Grandmaster, convinced that the latter harbored animosity towards him and deliberately impeded his ambitions. Despite Zhao Shu's reputation as the wealthiest man in Jiangnan, the prefect's brother-in-law saw the demand for the 100,000 mu of mulberry fields as a trivial matter, unworthy of the fuss stirred by that troublemaker. Determined to vindicate himself and demonstrate his authority, the brother-in-law resolved to pursue the matter further, convinced that his actions would not yield any adverse consequences. However, upon reflection, he acknowledged the rashness of his previous approach. Adopting a more calculated strategy this time, he dispatched his trusted aides to engage Zhao Shu in discussions tinged with threats. This time, the brother-in-law's demands were tempered. He sought only 30,000 mu of the mulberry fields and the accompanying title deed. Zhao Shu bristled at the brother-in-law's stipulation of secrecy, coupled with the demand for the profits from the 30,000 acres annually. It was a veneer of generosity, masking a predatory intent that left Zhao Shu seething with anger. To him, the concession of non-interference was no gift at all, it was an insult. Unbeknownst to Zhao Shu, the brother-in-law harbored far-reaching ambitions. His demand for 30,000 acres was just the beginning of a calculated scheme to gradually devour Zhao Shu's holdings. Once he obtained the initial parcel, his demands would only escalate. 30,000 acres today, 20,000 tomorrow, and 10,000 the day after. Each concession granted by Zhao Shu would only embolden the brother-in-law to press for more. Ultimately, the entirety of the coveted 100,000 mu of mulberry fields would fall into his grasp. Furthermore, when the opportune moment arrived, the brother-in-law planned to publicly proclaim that Zhao Shu had lost the mulberry fields to him in a wager, a narrative that would undermine Zhao Shu's reputation and cement the brother-in-law's control over the prized asset. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know your report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2083. Find fifth brother and fifth sister-in-law. During those times, Zhao Shu faced ridicule and pity, branded a wastrel, yet emerged unscathed each time. Zhao Shu indulged in life's pleasures, embodying the image of a spendthrift young master. Despite his youth, his business empire eclipsed those of seasoned veterans, stoking envy both overt and covert. Should the prefect's brother-in-law make such an accusation, most would readily accept it. Even those who harbored doubts would eagerly use it to undermine Zhao Shu. Confronted with the prefect's authority, Zhao Shu found himself powerless to refute. His only recourse was to swallow his pride. Though unaware of the prefect's brother-in-law's scheme, Zhao Shu refused to yield at the outset. Stubborn to the core, he couldn't fathom relinquishing his ancestral wealth over mere slights. In her perplexity, Taotao suggested, why not seek counsel from fifth brother and fifth sister-in-law? When all else failed, fifth brother and fifth sister-in-law were their last resort. Fifth brother and fifth sister-in-law surely possessed a solution. Zhao Shu pondered the suggestion and found merit in it. Upon confiding in Uncle Qing, he too endorsed the plan. Caught in a quandary, they opted to lie low for the time being. Their immediate concern was to weather the storm. As for the future, they would address it when it arrived. In these turbulent times, the world was unpredictable. Who could guarantee their safety today or their power tomorrow? The once mighty could easily become prisoners on a stage. As for the coming year, there was no certainty that the arrogant prefect of Hangzhou would retain his sway. Crucially, the 100,000 mu of mulberry fields lay in Yangzhou, not Hangzhou. Without Zhao Shu's acquiescence, the brother-in-law's influence would not extend so far. Leaving openly was out of the question. Uncle Qing assembled a small retinue of trusted servants and departed ahead to secure an escort. Zhao Shu and Taotao slipped out of the city discreetly, hastening their flight. By the time the magistrate's brother-in-law realized their absence from Hangzhou city, 3 days had elapsed since their departure. Traveling swiftly in a light carriage drawn by sturdy horses, they had already distanced themselves by 500 meters from Hangzhou city. Unless the prefect's brother-in-law sprouted wings, catching up was futile. His fury knew no bounds. Gritting his teeth, he bided his time, plotting his next move. He resolved to alert Yangzhou. If Zhao Shu possessed any sense, had never returned to Jiangnan. With numerous ventures in Jiangnan, the loss was substantial. Yunduan inquired about the situation in Jiangnan and sighed. The loss of hundreds of thousands of silvers is regrettable. But to avert disaster, we must invest further. Since you're here, remain for the time being. He cast a glance at Taotao, a smile gracing his lips. With the warmth of spring arriving tomorrow, your sister-in-law will be eager to return. You too should accompany her. Spend some time with father and mother. Taotao and Zhao Shu readily agreed. Though Zhao Shu felt reluctant to part with hundreds of thousands of silver, he didn't dwell on it. Money was hardly scarce for him. Let it go, he shrugged. Turning to Zhao Shu, he added with a grin, we've brought plenty of banknotes and valuable jewelry along. If fifth brother needs funds, just say the word. We're family, after all. No need for formalities. Yunduan and Xiao Xian exchanged a knowing smile. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know your report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2084. Sooner or later, he would be dragged in. Shao Yunduan expressed gratitude, saying, "I'll certainly reach out when the need arises. Just deposit it in the account, and I'll return it with interest." Yet, it seemed unnecessary. Xiao Xian possessed substantial wealth, having barely tapped into it. Nevertheless, Zhao Shu's presence brought reassurance. About to decline the offer, Zhao Shu reconsidered. He knew Shao Yunduan and Xiao Xian wouldn't extend such generosity without reason. With a smile, he acquiesced, "Very well, but I'll keep the interest minimal." Shao Yunduan chuckled in appreciation. Left alone in An's province's office, Zhao Shu and Taotao received Shao Yunduan's counsel to remain composed. Yet, beneath his composed exterior, Shao Yunduan nursed a simmering indignation towards the bullying magistrate of Hangzhou. He couldn't believe the magistrate feigned ignorance. Surely, he was complicit. Despite his desire to assist Zhao Shu and Taotao, the distance between them thwarted his efforts. Then we'll wait and see. Our paths will cross one day, and when they do, they'll rue the day they crossed us. Unbeknownst to the brother-in-law of the prefectural magistrate of Hangzhou, there were others biding their time just like him. The 12th lunar month brought cold weather and a temporary lull in tensions. It wasn't conducive to conflict, prompting everyone to retreat to their respective domains to recuperate. Those with foresight understood that the bloodshed in the coming year would escalate. The current stalemate couldn't persist indefinitely. The three princes wouldn't idly surrender their territories, and ambitious individuals wouldn't squander the chance to seize power. With over 30 factions vying for control, the landscape of power was volatile. Who would remain standing after the coming year was anyone's guess. Shao Yunduan sensed that peace in An's province was fleeting. Sooner or later, they'd be drawn into the fray, hence, they all remained exceptionally busy that winter. Their tasks ranged from inventorying the treasury to organizing spring planting, training soldiers, and attending to various aspects of public welfare for the upcoming year. Strengthening patrols and defense was imperative. Any unfamiliar faces had to be closely monitored. It was a bustling season for everyone. Shao Yunduan found it inconvenient to leave An City at this juncture. He needed to be present to manage and oversee any potential crises. This year, he forewent his usual retreat to the hot spring villa for leisure and hunting. Instead, the family stayed in the city. With Zhao Shu and Taotao's presence, however, the atmosphere was considerably livelier. Despite the turmoil beyond their walls, the citizens of An's prefecture city continued their lives, albeit amidst uncertainty. After the 15th day of the new year, following a gathering convened by Shao Yunduan, Hijacking embarked on a series of visits to the refugee settlement, laying out their options plainly. With each passing day, the weather grew warmer. Within a month, anyone desiring to return to their hometown could do so. For those opting to depart, An's province wouldn't impede their journey. Conversely, those choosing to stay would be officially registered as residents of An's province. Departing individuals would receive a sum of silver taels as cash. Meanwhile, those remaining would be offered plots of land to build their homes upon. The previously surveyed land would be distributed among them based on population. The allocated land could be cultivated free of charge this time, but this concession was a one-time offer. Any future land cultivation would be subject to the regulations of An's province. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know your report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2085. Placement. Lord Shao's compassion for their plight led to the provision of preferential treatment. Should refugees seek shelter in An's province again in the future, similar arrangements might be made to accommodate them. Given this, careful consideration was paramount in making their choice. Families would register accordingly, facilitating swift government action. Prompt registration was essential for officials to plan spring planting without delay. By the end of January, departing individuals must set forth. Any subsequent desire for housing would necessitate purchase with silver. No exceptions would be made for those who later regretted their decision to remain. Hijacking's words ignited a fervent discussion among the refugees. It was a dilemma for all: yet the necessity of making a choice was undeniable. The decision weighed heavily on each individual: stay or return home. For many, the pull of home was strong. Yet, apprehensions loomed large as they pondered the state of their hometown post-flood. Would their houses still stand? Had their fields been claimed by others? The prospect of returning to a barren home stirred anxiety. Furthermore, the journey was fraught with uncertainties in an unstable world. What dangers lurked along the way? Despite these concerns, the ties to their hometown tugged at their hearts. To forsake it without a glimpse of its fate seemed impossible. They couldn't relinquish the hope of reclaiming what was once theirs. As Hijacking listened to the animated discussions, his impassive exterior belied his understanding. Choosing was never easy, but choose they must. An's province couldn't harbor them indefinitely without purpose. They could either leave or become residents of An's province. Once they became local residents, it would be easier to manage them. Secondly, they would have to fulfill their obligations. Hijacking gave them 5 days. In 5 days, they had to come to a conclusion. Any hint of indecision would be interpreted as opting to leave, silently endorsing the decision. Once made, the choice was irrevocable, an irreversible commitment. Thus, caution was paramount. Hijacking emphasized the gravity of the situation, underscoring the need for careful consideration before departing. The enormity of relocating thousands of people weighed heavily on him. 5 days later, Hijacking dispatched clerks and bailiffs to the 4 refugee settlements. They erected long tables outdoors, facilitating registration for each family. Over the course of 2 days, families queued up to register, clearly indicating their choice to stay or leave. After tallying the responses, approximately 3,000 individuals, comprising 660 households, opted to stay, while over 1,000 people chose to leave. The outcome came as no surprise. While staying seemed the logical choice, the emotional bond to one's homeland often proved stronger. For some, returning to their roots, even if just to bid farewell, held profound significance. Yunduan harbored no objections and entrusted Hijacking with the necessary arrangements. Hijacking gathered the departing individuals, ensuring they were accommodated. Though altering plans proved a tad troublesome, expediting their departure from the city would be more convenient. Despite impending departures, no one remained idle. Reclamation work continued unabated, as wages were contingent upon labor. Hijacking, mindful of the imminent journey, assigned lighter tasks to those departing soon, allowing them to conserve their strength. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2086. Plan. The refugees who opted to remain would be tasked with farming in the coming year. However, there was a logistical challenge. The previously cultivated paddy fields comprised only 3,400 acres. With an allocation of 2 acres per person, over 3,000 individuals would require more than 6,000 acres, plenty to go around. The issue arose with accommodating all 660 families in that limited space. It was simply too crowded. At best, around 350 households could be accommodated, leaving the remaining 300 families in need of alternative arrangements. Yunduan and Xiao identified several locations nearby, situated near mountainous dry land but lacking in paddy fields. However, these areas were owned by affluent families who possessed adjacent paddy fields. Their solution? Persuade these landowners to exchange their paddy fields for the designated bureau's land where the refugees could settle. In return, the government would replenish the newly acquired paddy fields in the swamp, providing an additional 20 mu for every 100 mu. Xiao, with a smile, remarked, "If no one steps up, I'll do it myself. Were it not for the fear of being accused of taking advantage, we wouldn't need anyone else." One of the selected locations happened to be near the farm where Xiao had taken over the Fan family's land. To her, it was a straightforward swap. What harm could come from it? Xiao was confident in the quality of the paddy fields cultivated in that swamp. They were certainly on par with those elsewhere. However, she understood that others might not share her perspective. Yunduan echoed her sentiment with a smile. If you want it, take it. I don't mind, and neither should you. Any murmurs behind their backs mattered little to him. With a secure position in An's province and his wife's invaluable support, their success spoke for itself. Those who never lent a hand had no grounds for complaint. What surprised Shao Yunduan, however, was the response. His words held weight in An's province. The following day, 3 families promptly visited the government office, offering to exchange their paddy fields. With Lord Shao's endorsement, support for the exchange was unanimous. After all, it was a simple swap. What objections could arise? Lord Shao's magnanimity and integrity were commendable, earning him widespread admiration. Seeing the agreement sealed, Shao Yunduan nodded in approval. The terms were set. Each family would receive allocations based on their population, 2 mu of paddy fields and 2 mu of dry land. The swamp contained only reclaimed paddy fields, while nearby forests remained untouched. Residents were permitted to reclaim 3 mu of land each, with the option to purchase additional plots if desired. Despite the large influx of refugees, the reclaimed paddy fields and dryland mountains were abundant. Even after distribution according to population, plenty remained unclaimed. With all the fields now under government ownership and leased to Qiao Xian for cultivation, the prospect of future refugee settlements necessitated the optimal utilization of these resources. Wasting them was out of the question, they had to be fully utilized. While the paddy fields traditionally grew rice, Qiao Xian devised plans to diversify the crops. In addition to rice, she intended to plant various annual crops such as potatoes, corn, soybeans, peanuts, taros, and common herbs. This ensured that even if more refugees arrived in the future, the land would be readily available for immediate replanting the following year. With over 660 families now engaged in farming, seed distribution became paramount. Fortunately, An's province had achieved self-sufficiency in rice seeds, eliminating the need for external purchases. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2087, Everyone's Blessing. Each year, a designated individual would meticulously select the plumpest grains from the harvest to be preserved as seeds, ensuring an ample supply for future planting. To err on the side of caution, they would stockpile even more seeds than necessary. Qiao Xian, accompanied by Shao Yunduan, inspected the crops once more before utilizing her extraordinary abilities to bolster the seed's viability, ensuring a bountiful yield. Each family would be entrusted with their own seed preservation, with Qiao Xian even imparting the knowledge of making potato noodles to many households. Capitalizing on this skill, some entrepreneurial individuals established potato noodle workshops, catering to those unwilling to prepare the dish themselves, a venture that proved quite lucrative. Encouraged to plant potatoes, new residents received seeds from Qiao Xian at a nominal price of 1 copper coin per caddy. Each family could purchase up to 20 caddies, essentially obtaining the seeds almost free of charge. As they immersed themselves in various preparations, time flowed by like a swift river. By the first month of the lunar calendar, Hijacking wasted no time. He promptly instructed the refugees who had chosen to return to their hometowns to depart from An's province. In addition to the silver, each departing family received 20 steamed buns as provisions. Despite having spent the previous days preparing for their departure, the refugees bound for their hometowns felt an intensified longing as their departure approached. Their yearning for home was palpable, genuine, and deeply felt. Yet, as the moment of departure loomed, many couldn't suppress a pang of regret. They felt a profound reluctance to bid farewell, their eyes welling with tears and throats constricting with emotion. These individuals had endured unimaginable hardships, fleeing from catastrophe, enduring hunger, cold, ridicule, and disdain as they wandered aimlessly. Their tales of suffering could fill 3 days and 3 nights. It was only An's province that offered them refuge from the storm, providing a haven of peace amidst their darkest days. Lord Shao's benevolence knew no bounds, he had gone above and beyond for everyone's sake. Such kindness was unparalleled, no other lord would have shown them such compassion. Overwhelmed with gratitude, someone led the departing refugees to the government office, where they knelt and kowtowed, tears streaming down their faces as they expressed heartfelt thanks to Lord Shao. In a poignant display of unity, everyone present joined in, kneeling and kowtowing, their collective cries of gratitude echoing in the air. Witnessing this scene, Meng and his colleagues couldn't help but be moved to tears. They silently acknowledged that Lord Shao belonged to everyone, his benevolence was a shared blessing. Within a day, all the refugees had departed An's province, embarking on their journey homeward in familiar groups, filled with renewed hope. The news struck a chord with Shao Yunduan, stirring emotions within him. His actions stemmed solely from the inherent kindness of being human. He felt undeserving of such praise. As the weather gradually warmed and Chunyu passed, farmers busied themselves with planting beans, melons, and tending to seedlings. Every day was filled with hope and meticulous care, as the year's harvest relied on these diligent efforts. By mid-February, the farmland had been meticulously arranged, leaving Songsher, Lu Fu, and others to tend to the remaining plots. Qiao Xian planned to return home with Anan, Zhao Shu, and Taotao, while also assessing the situation in Yuzhang. Adopting a low-key demeanor, they disguised themselves as ordinary businessmen, accompanied by Yi and other intermediates serving as their attendants. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know it report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2088, returning home with over 40 individuals. Even in the face of formidable adversaries, none dared to attempt robbery. Furthermore, An's province and Yuzhang were regarded as bastions of safety. Though not devoid of bandit interest, the forests of An's prefecture were seen as feng shui treasure troves for them. Yet, Shao Yunduan swiftly dealt with any who encroached, extending his vigilance to the vicinity of An's province. He refused to tolerate any threats lingering near its borders. Thus, tranquility reigned supreme in the region. Qiao Xian and companions traversed homeward without a shadow of concern. Upon reaching Yuzhang Province City, little seemed amiss. Evidently, the prefectural magistrate proved adept at safeguarding this territory. In this tumultuous era, a remote border, distanced from political centers and bustling hubs, served as a sanctuary. Given the influx of people this time, Qiao Xian opted not to stay at the Yuezheng family's residence. Instead, accompanied by Anan and Taotao, he paid a visit to the first madam. Yuezheng Shao had tied the knot last year, a celebration Qiao Xian and Shao Yunduan regrettably missed due to prior commitments. However, they had promptly dispatched a gift. Finally, they had the chance to meet the newlyweds in person. First Madam appeared genuinely fond of her new daughter-in-law, Miss Qiu, a choice made jointly by her and Yuezheng Shao. Her demeanor exuded both warmth and generosity. Being a family deeply entrenched in commerce, the fate of the menfolk outside was uncertain. What they sought in a daughter-in-law was not merely a gentle and demure presence to assist their husbands and educate their offspring. Rather, they desired a woman capable of shouldering responsibilities and maintaining independence in the face of adversity. After dining at Lu Zheng's residence, Qiao Xian and his companions retired to their own abode. The following morning, they returned to Shaoding village. This marked Taotao's first visit home since her marriage, a fact that filled Ms. Fong with immense joy. Anan, who had been a carefree youngster during their previous reunion, had now matured to nearly 6 years of age, boasting a mischievous streak reminiscent of Shao Yunduan's childhood antics. Despite this, Ms. Fong lavished him with praise, extolling his obedience and intelligence. It had been too long since their last encounter with Anan, yet his innate goodness remained unchanged. Initially reserved upon his return, Anan gradually warmed up over 2 days, eagerly immersing himself in play with his cousins, his face radiating happiness each day. Observing his joy, Qiao Xian simply smiled and allowed him to relish in it. But soon, the reality of schooling would beckon. Anan, already lost in reverie, would soon embark on his educational journey. With schooling came stricter guidelines, limiting his playtime. In this era, scholars were a rarity, expected to uphold certain standards of behavior. Qiao Xian, adhering to societal norms, harbored no objections to this trajectory. Her son was born and bred within the realm of Great Qin, making it imperative for him to assimilate into the customs and regulations of the empire. With Qiao Xian's return, she found herself obligated to inspect all their properties scattered throughout their domain. Accompanied by Taotao, Zhao Shu, Shao Sanlang, and others, she ventured into the mountains on 3 separate occasions. Officially, these excursions were framed as hunting trips, yet Xiao Xian harbored ulterior motives. Shaoding village, nestled amidst mountainous terrain and dense forests, provided ample opportunity for exploration. Utilizing her extraordinary abilities, she sought to scrutinize various locales during these hunts, scouting for potential hiding spots within the rugged landscape. In the event of unforeseen circumstances, Xiao Xian aimed to ensure that the inhabitants she had entrusted could seek refuge with their families in these secluded areas. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2089. Chaos. Again, Xiao Xian and Shao Yunduan initially proposed taking them to An's province, yet their eldest uncle's refusal dissuaded them, a decision Ms. Fang deemed unnecessary. Despite the turmoil prevailing beyond their village, news seldom trickled down to their tranquil abode. Life in the village remained unchanged, seemingly unaffected by external chaos. Moreover, the village boasted its own inherent security. What threat could possibly penetrate its boundaries? Thieves? Unthinkable. The villagers were not mere ornaments, they were vigilant and resourceful. Even if an unreliable county magistrate were to preside over Heshan County, daring to encroach upon their family's territory seemed improbable. While spending some time with her son was agreeable, a prolonged stay was out of the question. Xiao Xian, respecting their decision, refrained from pressing the matter further. Utilizing her extraordinary abilities, Xiao Xian uncovered a hidden valley during her exploration. Within its depths lay numerous interconnected caves, all remarkably dry and devoid of insect infestations. Xiao Xian instructed her subordinates to memorize the route to the hidden valley, ensuring it served as a potential refuge should the need arise. Though some of her subordinates found Fifth Madam's caution excessive, they adhered to the directives of Fifth Master and Fifth Madam without question, recognizing the importance of their orders. After a fortnight spent at home, Xiao Xian departed once more. Taotao and Zhao Shu accompanied her on the journey back. Taotao, now a married woman, had already prolonged her stay at her mother's residence. While she would always be welcomed by Ms. Fang and the others, it was deemed more suitable for her to return to her own household. Moreover, with the world in disarray, there were ample opportunities for them to assist Shao Yunduan and Xiao Xian in An's province, be it through financial support or caring for the children. As they journeyed back to An's province, the radiant sun illuminated the landscape, casting a vibrant glow upon the blooming centaurea flowers. Spring had already arrived. The common folk were engrossed in agricultural tasks. Rice, having just completed soaking, awaited scattering to foster seedlings. Transplanting would follow, necessitating approximately 20 days. By then, the warmth of the season would further stimulate growth, with each day witnessing the emergence of fresh leaves nurtured by sunlight and water. The landscape had transformed into a verdant tapestry, signaling the opportune moment for cultivating an array of fruits and vegetables. Potatoes, corn, and various other crops had been sown, while pumpkins and loofahs had already begun their upward climb. Families specializing in medicinal herbs, star anise, peppers, and the like took advantage of the favorable weather to weed and even apply fertilizer. Spring heralded a season of abundant growth, promising ample yields for those who tended to their crops diligently. Meanwhile, An's province remained a bustling hub for merchants traversing domestic and international routes, trafficking diverse commodities. Yet, in the Central Plains and Jiangnan, territorial conflicts had reignited. The fourth prince launched an assault on the third prince, seizing control of a city previously under the latter's domain. Enraged by this act, the third prince retaliated fiercely, inflicting heavy casualties upon the forces of the fourth prince, who were compelled to retreat repeatedly. The third prince was invigorated and pursued the victory. Unexpectedly, he fell into the fourth prince's trap. In a bid to strike at the heart of the third prince's stronghold, the fourth prince dispatched a fresh contingent of troops straight to Jinan City. Witnessing the conflict unfold, the second prince seized the moment to assert his own dominance. He swiftly mobilized a team to forcefully annex several cities along the borders of his domain, annexing them into his territory. Enraged by this brazen move, the fourth prince teetered on the brink of fury. However, despite his bloodshot eyes and mounting frustration, he knew he had to eliminate the third prince first. Failing to do so would leave him dangerously bereft of resources and vulnerable to further encroachments. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know it report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2090. Someone from the Huaixi Prefecture. The third prince's control over the Grand Canal, coincidentally tightening around his grip like a noose, was an intolerable reality for the fourth prince. This assault had been meticulously planned by the fourth prince over an extended period, utilizing nearly all available resources. Success was imperative. Already possessing superior strength, the fourth prince found the third prince's occupancy of Jinan to be a mere annoyance, failing to yield significant progress. Meanwhile, the third prince's power remained stagnant, offering little resistance against the fourth prince's relentless machinations. As tensions mounted in Jinan amid the fourth prince's calculated maneuvers, panic gripped the third prince, compelling him to abandon the city and flee to Jiangnan. Desperate, he sought refuge within the walls of Jiangning City, claiming it as his own. Initially, the fourth prince entertained the idea of dispatching forces to swiftly pursue and eliminate the third prince. However, gripped by apprehension, he hesitated, reluctant to provoke further instability. Fearing potential ambushes orchestrated by the second prince or a direct assault on the capital, the fourth prince hesitated to pursue the fleeing third prince, quickly relinquishing the notion. Despite the third prince's ignominious retreat, he still commanded a formidable force, making it impractical to eradicate him entirely. With Jinan City and its surrounding territories now under his control, the fourth prince consolidated his hold, quelling any dissent that arose from his seizure of power. Meanwhile, other major factions seized the opportunity to engage in chaotic battles for territorial dominance. The prefect of Hangzhou, sensing the looming threat from Jiangning, fortified his control over Taizhou, Jinhua, and other strategic locations. Additionally, he extended his influence to Huzhou, Suzhou, and other affluent regions, recognizing their significance in securing his position as the paramount ruler of Jiangnan. Relying solely on his princely status to maintain his privileges proved to be a precarious endeavor for the third prince. With contingency plans in place, including the possibility of taking to the sea for refuge, the prefect of Hangzhou grew increasingly audacious in his actions. The third prince's occupation of Jiangning immediately sparked tension in the southeast. Upon Xiao Xian and company's return to An's prefecture, they were met with an unexpected visitor. Prefect Yu of Huaixi Prefecture had dispatched his subordinate, Grandmaster Miao, along with 300 guards. The arrival caused quite a stir. As these guards entered An's prefecture city, their demeanor exuded arrogance and intimidation, instilling fear in the populace. It was evident they were not to be trifled with. Over the years, An's province had been consistently overlooked by prefectural magistrates, with no official visits ever made. For the first time in over a decade, a stir of novelty rippled through the usually placid atmosphere of An's prefecture. Naturally, it attracted attention. The streets swarmed with curious onlookers, both commoners and members of prominent families alike, drawn by the spectacle. Yet, beneath the surface, a subtle disdain simmered among the common folk. They muttered disapprovingly, voicing their discontent with the sudden intrusion of these outsiders. On one hand, there was their palpable arrogance. On the other hand, after years of neglect from the prefect, their sudden appearance seemed suspicious. Why now, when they had Lord Shao to look after their interests? An undercurrent of worry threaded through their murmurs. Were these newcomers here to displace Lord Shao and install someone else as prefect? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know it report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2091. A stone caused 1,000 waves. These words echoed like a stone dropped into a tranquil pond, sending ripples of apprehension through the gathered crowd. Speculation ran rampant. Why else would higher-ups make such an unexpected appearance? Instantly, fervor ignited among the people, their emotions reaching a boiling point. No. We won't accept another prefect. Lord Shao is who we want. Yes, it's thanks to Lord Shao that An's province has prospered. Why transfer him now? If An's province loses Lord Shao, who knows what will become of us? We won't allow Lord Shao to leave. We refuse to accept it. Absolutely. If the prefect insists otherwise, well, petition at the magistrate's office. An's province cannot afford to lose Lord Shao, especially not now. The clamor grew louder, as if Shao Yunduan were being forcibly removed from his post. At the entrance of the state office, Shao Yunduan stood resolute, accompanied by Hijacking, his clerks, officers, and constables, prepared to greet Grandmaster Miao. As the two parties met, they exchanged pleasantries with utmost courtesy. Ah, so you're Lord Shao. I must admit, I didn't expect someone so young. Truly a testament to the potential of the younger generation, remarked Grandmaster Miao with a hearty chuckle. You're too kind, Grandmaster Miao, replied Shao Yunduan, humility coloring his tone. An inn stood just a street away from the state government office in An's province. Once a decrepit establishment, neglected due to its lack of utility and the Yamen's financial constraints, it had undergone a transformation 2 years prior. Under Shao Yunduan's directive, renovations had been undertaken, furnishing it with all the necessary amenities befitting a state office. Grandmaster Miao and his entourage were promptly accommodated at the inn, although its bustling atmosphere hinted at its crowded quarters. In a secluded enclave like An's province, visits from outsiders occurred only once every few years. Even then, the number of officials or travelers passing through was minimal. As a result, the inn was not particularly spacious. It consisted of 2 courtyards in the front and back, along with a small east and west courtyard, totaling just over 20 rooms. Upon their arrival, Grandmaster Miao and his attendants commandeered the entire east courtyard. However, even with this allocation, the remaining 300 guards still lacked accommodation. By the time they settled in, the day had already waned. After exchanging pleasantries, Hijacking escorted Grandmaster Miao and his party to the inn before bidding them farewell. Later that evening, a minor hiccup arose when the government office approached Grandmaster Miao, expressing dissatisfaction with the simplicity of the accommodations. They requested to be relocated to a larger inn. Seeking guidance, Hijacking sought out Shao Yunduan for instructions. As Shao Yunduan's confidant, there was no need for Hijacking to conceal his sentiments in front of him. With a hint of disdain, he voiced his grievances. Those constables are insufferable. Despite their origins in the prefectural city, I am still a governor, not a servant to their family. How dare they behave so rudely? And that's not all. They have the audacity to complain, accusing us of neglect. But can they really blame us? They arrived unannounced and didn't bother to offer any courtesies beforehand. Moreover, their sudden influx of numbers was entirely unreasonable. It's clear they haven't conducted themselves properly, yet they have the nerve to cast blame on us. They're incessantly nitpicking, making demands for grand accommodations, bustling surroundings, and lavish feasts. In short, their requests are endless. My lord, I fear their intentions may not be pure. I'm concerned, they might stir up trouble. Firstly, it could be a power play, attempting to assert dominance or gain the upper hand. Secondly, it might be a test. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2092, definitely up to no good. Shao Yunduan's sneer betrayed his skepticism toward Grandmaster Miao's intentions. It was clear to him that they had not arrived with goodwill in mind. Grandmaster Miao's scrutinizing gaze seemed to acknowledge this fact, as if she harbored no desire to conceal her true motives from him. Given the brazen rudeness displayed by the bailiffs, it was evident that Grandmaster Miao's actions bore tacit approval from Prefect Lu. Although Grandmaster Miao ostensibly represented Prefect Lu, Shao Yunduan had never crossed paths with the prefect. In the 2 years since assuming his role in An's province, the magistrate's office had shown no interest in the region. Despite Shao Yunduan's attempts at reaching out, they remained aloof, granting him full autonomy over An's province. Recognizing Prefect Liu's deliberate avoidance, Shao Yunduan ceased his efforts to establish contact. As the conflict between the 3 princes escalated, factions across the realm seized the opportunity to sow discord and chaos. Officials everywhere were consumed by fear and uncertainty, preoccupied with their own survival and unable to spare attention for anything beyond their immediate concerns. As Prefect Liu's emissary arrived unexpectedly, Shao Yunduan and his companions were compelled to set aside their ponderings. "What do you make of Grandmaster Miao's visit?" Shao Yunduan inquired. "He's undoubtedly up to no good." Hijacking disdain for the prefect and the magistrate's office was palpable. Even without prompting, he was eager to voice his concerns. In the past, Prefect Liu never spared An's province a second glance. But now, with this sudden influx of bailiffs, it's evident that trouble is brewing. "My lord, forgive me if I speak out of turn, but it appears Prefect Liu aims to seize control of An's province. Given his lack of rapport with you, it's uncertain how he'll treat you. You must be vigilant," Hijacking cautioned earnestly. "We all hold you in high esteem and are prepared to stand by your side. But if your fortunes take a turn for the worse, we may not fare well either. If this were in the past, even if you were transferred, I'd willingly resign and accompany you. It would be of little consequence. But now," Hijacking's voice trailed off, laden with implications. "Currently, no one could be separated from Shao Yunduan, not even by the princes themselves. However, if Prefect Liu, his direct superior, harbored ill intentions, he could easily fabricate a pretext for his removal. Such was the precarious nature of county officials. In such a scenario, Shao Yunduan wouldn't even have the opportunity to seek redress." His heart heavy with apprehension, Shao Yunduan realized that his fears upon seeing Grandmaster Miao were not unfounded. Hijacking's resolute words only served to confirm his suspicions. "Tell me, how should we handle this situation?" Shao Yunduan asked, seeking guidance. With resolute determination, Hijacking affirmed, "We cannot yield control of An's province to Prefect Liu. No matter his demands, we cannot concede. Myself and the others stand firmly by your side, my lord. You have our unwavering support. If Prefect Liu persists, we must be prepared to resist, using any means necessary. Regardless of your decision, Prefect Liu must not be allowed to interfere in the affairs of An's province. In that case, we cannot afford to be lenient with these envoys. Otherwise, they'll only become emboldened," declared Shao Yunduan. Acknowledging the sentiment, Shao Yunduan nodded. "Very well. Instruct them to abide by the standard protocols at the inn, and make arrangements for additional lodgings if necessary. However, given An's province's limited resources, we can only provide basic accommodations. If they find this unsatisfactory, they are free to seek alternative arrangements. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 2093, Finding Trouble. When Hijacking heard this, he agreed and went to negotiate with the other party in high spirits. In summary, he declared, everything has to be done according to the rules. You can decide who stays in the inn and who stays in the inn. We will decide what kind of inn to stay in. Hearing this, Constable Li's face darkened on the spot. He angrily accused An's province of being stingy. Hijacking simply replied, "No money." The commotion attracted Grandmaster Miao's attention, who intervened with a smile. "Your An's province has had a great harvest in the past few years. You don't have any bandits, and you haven't paid taxes to the national treasury. Your business is developing quite well, so how can you not have money? Why don't you ask Lord Shao again, Deputy Prefect Zhao?" Hijacking explained, "Grandmaster, you may not know this, but we all know what the official accounts are like. It's true that we don't have money. We spent a lot of money to suppress the bandits, but we haven't filled it up yet. Our Lord Shao is very particular about the rules. He likes to follow the rules. According to the rules, anyone who comes should stay at an inn." Constable Li sneered. "Who asked your inn to be so small and broken?" "I didn't know that so many of you came," Hijacking replied with a smile. "I'm also quite curious. What happened in our An's province that alarmed the prefect and sent so many people down at once?" "Grandmaster Miao, can you reveal a thing or two so that I can be more confident? Grandmaster Miao was a little embarrassed. He smiled and said perfunctorily, it's not a big deal. I'll tell you tomorrow. There's no hurry, haha. When Constable Li saw that Hijacking refused to listen to him, he was so angry that he wanted to look for Lord Shao. However, he was stopped by Grandmaster Miao. Grandmaster Miao said a lot of good things to him, telling him to make do with it and bear with it. These words in front of Hijacking were actually very mocking and face-slapping. But who was Hijacking? Hijacking didn't care at all and pretended that he didn't understand the meaning behind Grandmaster Miao's words. He really hated these people. They came like freeloaders and even asked for more. Why was there no one when An's province needed them? Constable Li gave up in the end. He glared at Hijacking and accepted his arrangement with a dark expression. In the evening, Yunduan held a banquet for Grandmaster Miao and Constable Li. He invited Hijacking, some secretaries, Hang Xingshan, and Zheng Sang to accompany him. Sun Xian and his men kept an eye on the inn, Sun Bai was in charge of the state office, and Yi was with Yunduan. As they toasted, the unhappiness from the day seemed to have disappeared. Everyone tactfully did not mention it again. At this moment, Grandmaster Miao naturally did not need to hide the purpose of this trip anymore. They were here to collect taxes. It was said that An's province had not collected taxes for many years. Now that the treasury was in trouble, An's province should make up for it. The prefect was not unreasonable. He would not let An's province make up for it all at once. He would make up for a portion first and take it slow in the future. Therefore, they had sent so many people this time to transport food and bank silver back. Grandmaster Miao's long and narrow face was filled with smiles. He spoke about this matter in a relaxed tone, as if it was just a small matter that was not worth mentioning. As soon as he said this, the atmosphere instantly turned cold. Hijacking and the others turned to Yunduan subconsciously. The people on the left and right side quietly exchanged glances, all of them furious. Everyone had the same thought in their hearts, this is too much. This was really too much. Hijacking coughed and smiled. I wonder how much you want this time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know your report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2094, Do you really want to revolt? Grandmaster Miao smiled. Our Lord said that 400,000 to 500,000 taels of silver is enough, and 100,000 dawn of grain is not a lot, right? An's province is such a big place, so we have to pay a lot of taxes every year. This is just a drop in the bucket, ha ha ha. Everyone was even angrier when they heard that. Someone couldn't help but sneer. An's province has only slowed down for the past 2 years. How can we have spare money? The prefect wants so much at once. How can we pass? There was a murmur of agreement. Constable Li said sarcastically, how you live is your business. Since you have extra money, you have to pay 1,000th of a tael. Otherwise, you'll be going against the imperial court. Are you trying to rebel? Constable Li, be careful with your words. These words don't sound good. We've been like this all these years. This is also tacitly approved by the imperial court. I wonder which imperial court Constable Li is talking about. That's right, this is too much of a bully. Constable Li sneered. He raised his glass and downed it in one gulp. He slammed the glass on the table and glanced at everyone coldly. He did not say anything else. How could a mere prefect dare to disobey the orders of the imperial court? Could it be that they really wanted to rebel? Yunduan looked at the crowd arguing for a while and said calmly, let's talk about official business tomorrow. Today is Grandmaster Miao's reception day, we will drink and not talk about anything else. Hijacking also chuckled. That's right, that's right. Let's not discuss official matters at a time like this. How disappointing. Come, Grandmaster Miao, let me toast you. Grandmaster Miao smiled reservedly and elegantly raised his cup. A cold glint flashed across Constable Li's eyes, and the corners of his mouth twitched. It would be best if these people knew their place. But from the next day onwards, neither Grandmaster Miao nor Constable Li could see Shao Yunduan. Shao Yunduan was very busy, so he did not meet with them at all. He only instructed them to discuss everything with Jia Hemming. Jia Hemming remained stubborn. He insisted that they did not have money or food. Grandmaster Miao was so angry that his face turned green. Constable Li was equally enraged. Not only was his face green, but he also wanted to lead a search of the state office's granary. Jia Hemming sneered. The granary was heavily guarded. Did Constable Li truly believe he could investigate it just because he wanted to? Jing Sang and Wu Guan were not to be trifled with. Even if Constable Li brought all his subordinates over, they wouldn't gain anything. As expected, Constable Li rushed over with dozens of people, intending to forcefully open the warehouse door and inspect it. Unexpectedly, they didn't even get close to the warehouse's courtyard. Wu Guan was also hot-tempered. Both sides clashed over a disagreement, and Constable Li suffered a crushing defeat. Furious and in a sorry state, Constable Li uttered ruthless words and led his men to search for Grandmaster Miao. Equally incensed, Grandmaster Miao insisted on meeting Shao Yunduan. This time, they did see Shao Yunduan, but before they could voice their complaints, he questioned their recklessness. The warehouse was a crucial site for the people, and outsiders weren't permitted to approach it without his explicit permission. Constable Li was in the wrong from the start, and any consequences he faced were of his own making. If he refused to acknowledge this, Shao Yunduan made it clear he wouldn't hesitate to punish the errant bailiffs. Constable Li's face turned green. Grandmaster Miao had no choice but to yield once more. She only inquired about the food and silver. Shao Yunduan flatly refused. If Prefect Lu truly intended to levy taxes, he could pursue it through proper channels. Previously, the imperial court had exempted An's province from taxation. If Prefect Lu sought to reinstate taxation, he would require an official decree from the imperial court. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2095, Parting on Bad Terms. As long as the imperial court issued a decree, An's province would comply without question. Otherwise, it would be out of the question. Shao Yunduan saw nothing wrong with his stance. Prefect Lu was being excessively demanding and miserly. Moreover, in these turbulent times, Shao Yunduan was keenly aware of Prefect Liu's ulterior motives. Why should he acquiesce to such demands and invite trouble upon himself? Furthermore, Shao Yunduan had every confidence and justification to refuse. He wasn't afraid of potential retaliation. His confidence stemmed from his own abilities and the righteousness of his cause. An's province was self-sufficient, as dictated by the imperial court's decree in the past. If Prefect Lu wished to change this, he would need to provide clear justification, not merely issue arbitrary commands. With just one sentence, Prefect Lu sought to strip away the hard-earned wealth that An's province had diligently accumulated. Such a proposition was utterly unreasonable. If An's province ever required assistance, would Prefect Lu care about their well-being? It was highly doubtful. Shao Yunduan's priority was to safeguard An's province whenever possible, regardless of other concerns. Both parties parted on sour terms. Grandmaster Miao returned once more, adopting a more conciliatory tone, almost pleading with Shao Yunduan. She implored him to make an exception and not exacerbate the situation. At the very least, she begged, don't let Constable Li return empty-handed, otherwise, he would face repercussions from Lord Lu. However, Shao Yunduan remained steadfast. If he relented now, it would only invite further trouble down the line. Better to reject the request from the outset rather than prolong the inevitable confrontation. If conflict was inevitable, it might as well be resolved sooner rather than later, sparing An's province unnecessary turmoil. Grandmaster Miao was visibly frustrated. But there was little she could do. Prefect Lu didn't anticipate Shao Yunduan's stubbornness, so he refrained from instructing him on the next course of action. Grandmaster Miao, convinced that Shao Yunduan wouldn't waver, prepared to depart. But before leaving, he had one last task to attend to. This time, He arrived accompanied not only by Constable Li and 300 men but also by a young woman named Xingwan and 2 maidservants, claiming they were special rewards from Prefect Lu to Shao Yunduan. I've heard that Lord Shao lacks attendance for tea, paper, and ink. Miss Xingwan is skilled in music and calligraphy, just 17 this year, as lovely as a flower and sharp as a whip. Mrs. Lu hand-picked her for you. Lord Lu holds you in high regard, hee. Shao Yunduan's expression darkened. If they're so highly regarded, please take them back to serve Prefect Lu, Grandmaster Miao. I have no need for them here. Grandmaster Miao had harbored a secret envy of Shao Yunduan's reputed success with women. Yet, upon hearing Shao Yunduan's refusal, he was taken aback. Lord Shao, why are you doing this? Don't you appreciate Prefect Liu's kindness? Prefect Lu genuinely sought to foster good relations with him, otherwise, he wouldn't have extended such rewards. Shao Yunduan's ability to govern An's province was indeed rare in this tumultuous world. Prefect Lu might find himself dependent on Shao Yunduan for numerous matters, thus valuing him greatly. To Grandmaster Miao's surprise, Shao Yunduan rejected the offer. Grandmaster Miao reiterated, Lord Shao, this is a gesture of goodwill from Prefect Lu. He values your alliance. Are you truly going to spurn it? Rejecting Prefect Liu's overtures would signal a definitive rift between them. And then, Grandmaster Miao knew all too well the potential consequences. Thus, he couldn't help but feel apprehensive. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2096, Grandmaster Miao doesn't think so. Grandmaster Miao, you're overthinking it. I simply find it unfamiliar to have such a person at my side. I have no ulterior motives. Please convey my gratitude to Lord Lu for his kind gesture when you return. Let him know that I am grateful. Grandmaster Miao's expression shifted. He hadn't realized he was reading too much into it. Shao Yunduan wasn't offering excuses. He genuinely disliked the idea of having such a person in his household. And his wife would undoubtedly share his sentiment. How could he bear to see her unhappy because of this? However, Grandmaster Miao perceived Shao Yunduan's refusal as a deliberate attempt to distance himself from Prefect Lu, refusing to heed his counsel. Why else would he reject such a tempting offer? Wouldn't he benefit from having such a beautiful and refined woman in his home? Even if he didn't fancy her, he could have relegated her to the background. But Prefect Lu hadn't compelled him to dote on such a concubine. Grandmaster Miao cast a deep glance at Shao Yunduan, offering a polite smile and a few courteous words. He refrained from further attempts to persuade Shao Yunduan, even halting Constable Li's attempts to argue. Hurriedly, as if fleeing from a pursuing monster, Grandmaster Miao departed An's province with Constable Li and their entourage. He was genuinely fearful that Shao Yunduan might turn hostile and detain him. What recourse did he have? Upon hearing the news, Qiao Xian teased Shao Yunduan. What's all the fuss about? Everyone seems so concerned about your backyard, she quipped. Grandmaster Miao promptly reported to Prefect Lu upon his return, Shao Yunduan is disloyal. I fear he's plotting rebellion. Initially skeptical, Prefect Lu dismissed the notion with disdain. He remarked that while An's province might be sizable, Prefect Shao possessed considerable wealth and capable subordinates. Yet, Prefect Lu reasoned, Shao Yunduan's power might extend throughout An's province, but it paled in comparison to the broader world. Was he truly worthy of rebellion? He was the esteemed prefect who governed the 11 provinces and counties within Huaixi province. He even pondered whether he should establish himself as a local overlord. Was An's province sufficient for him? But Grandmaster Miao disagreed. If that were the case, his actions wouldn't make sense. You, Lord, are his immediate superior. How could he dare to refuse your request unless he harbors ulterior motives? If he's not foolish, then he must have a reason. Grandmaster Miao remarked. Prefect Lu nodded in agreement, puzzled. Indeed. Miss Xingwan is a fine young lady, and your gesture was kind. I can't fathom why Shao Yunduan declined her. Could it be that he couldn't afford to support Miss Qingwan? Was the Shao family facing financial difficulties? It seemed deliberate. He wasn't rejecting Miss Qingwan, he was rejecting Prefect Liu's attempt to ingratiate himself. Prefect Liu's expression finally turned serious at this revelation. Seeing this, Grandmaster Miao delivered the final blow. Lord, let's not forget that Shao Ziz's brother-in-law is Jiangnan's wealthiest man, Zhao Shu. He has a vast fortune but indulges in extravagance. I've heard he greatly respects Prefect Shao. Currently, the couple resides in An's Prefecture city's intermediate. Shao Ziz's younger brother is the rising star of the Northwest Army, General Shao. He's adored by the entire Northwest Army, poised to become its new leader. Prefect Shao is not without support. With wealth, influence, and amidst such chaotic times, disloyal thoughts would hardly be unexpected. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2097, Prefect Liu wants to kill in that case. It wasn't surprising that Shao Yunduan didn't take his superior seriously. Lord, it's time to decide how to handle this situation, Grandmaster Miao urged. Prefect Liu furrowed his brow deeply, remaining silent for a prolonged moment. It would be disingenuous to claim he wasn't enticed by the allure of the various factions proclaiming themselves as princes, kings, and monarchs. Yet, he remained undecided. Regardless of his decision, he had to maintain authority over his domain. Even if he aligned himself with a prince in the future, this would serve as his leverage and confidence. It would also allow him to achieve more significant feats for the throne and garner greater rewards and influence. However, if he couldn't even control the prefect under his jurisdiction, then even if he allied with a higher authority in the future, he risked becoming a laughingstock. What more could he desire? Furthermore, Prefect Liu found Grandmaster Miao's analysis highly plausible. Shao Yunduan likely harbored rebellious intentions, otherwise, he wouldn't have acted as he did. Since Shao Yunduan harbored such thoughts, he might act on them in the future. Rather than merely taking precautions, it would be wiser to strike preemptively. After all, wouldn't Prefect Liu find himself in a passive position if Shao Yunduan struck first? And if Shao Yunduan suffered wrongful consequences? So be it. For someone who defied his superior's orders, death would hardly be an unjust fate. In such a cutthroat world, human lives were as expendable as grass, be they common folk or officials. Even if General Shao from the northwest inquired about Shao Yunduan's fate in the future, Prefect Liu could conjure countless justifications. He would undoubtedly emerge unscathed. Prefect Liu resolved to eliminate Shao Yunduan. Return to An's province and summon him here. Inform him that I wish to speak with him personally. If he complies, I'll consider him innocent. If he refuses, he must be guilty. But why would Grandmaster Miao agree to return to An's province? Since the days of Prefect Shao, none dared provoke that territory. If Grandmaster Miao ventured there, and if Shao Yunduan truly harbored rebellious intentions, it might not be a matter of whether he could reach the provincial capital but rather whether he'd leave it alive. What if he became a sacrificial lamb, unjustly slain to appease Prefect Liu's suspicions? In this world, nothing trumped the value of life. Preserving life was paramount. No risks could be taken, no imperfections tolerated. After pondering for a moment, Grandmaster Miao proposed, Lord, why not send Constable Li instead? I'm powerless in this matter. If Prefect Shao refuses to comply, I'm powerless to compel him. Wouldn't that tip our hand to the enemy? Constable Li, on the other hand, is different. If Shao Yunduan refuses to cooperate, Constable Li's expertise allows him to easily subdue him. Let Constable Li bring along more skilled personnel. Once we have him under control and bring him here, Lord can decide how to proceed. Without Prefect Zhao, An's province poses even less of a threat. Prefect Liu nodded thoughtfully. You're correct. We can't afford to tip our hand. Let's proceed with your plan. Lord's wisdom shines through. Acting now is better than waiting. Grandmaster Miao exclaimed, visibly relieved. So when Shao Yunduan planned to inspect the towns and assess spring farming progress, and perhaps take Xiao Xian out for leisure, emissaries from Prefect Lu arrived. This time, the residents of An's province were already aware of the situation and had made preparations beforehand. However, no one dared to let their guard down. From the last encounter, it was evident that Constable Li was not one to engage in amicable discourse. His reappearance signaled trouble once more. Constable Li arrived at the doorstep accompanied by 300 bailiffs, persisting in his demand for money and provisions. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2098, Attempted Hijacking. When Shao Yunduan rejected him, Constable Li sneered. Before I arrived, Lord Lu instructed us to reclaim at least half of the silver and grains owed by An's province. Lord Shao, you have no grounds to refuse. If you're unwilling, well, remain in An's province until you comply. Why not take your dispute to Lord Lu in the provincial capital? Constable Li's expression remained haughty, indicating his allegiance solely to Lord Lu. Any other argument was futile. The people of An's province simmered with anger. Though dispatched by the prefect, they showed unexpected kindness. Shao Yunduan refused to yield. Feel free to stay. Accommodations and basic sustenance will be provided at the inn. Anything beyond that, you'll have to cover yourselves and stay as long as you wish. Hijacking grasped Shao Yunduan's intention and assured, worry not, Lord. I'll ensure our guests are well looked after. After all, the inn in An's city had its limitations. But it would suffice, and head manage. There was ample supply of steamed buns, meat, and vegetables for 3 meals a day. Whether they found it delectable was their concern. Wine? Absolutely not. Shao Yunduan had no intention of visiting the province. In this tumultuous era, Grandmaster Miao wasn't the sole practitioner of caution and self-preservation. Prefect Liu's demeanor was so abrasive and irrational that even if Shao Yunduan attempted to reason with him, it would likely be futile. Thus, he saw no reason to engage. Constable Li seethed with anger, on the verge of erupting. Yet, he hesitated to act rashly. He had learned his lesson from their last encounter. The constables of An's prefecture matched his skills, and the bailiffs were formidable opponents. Engaging in conflict would yield no advantage, even with a force of 300 at his disposal. Reluctantly, Constable Li and his entourage took up residence in the inn. Hijacking's hospitality irked them, but they dared not voice their discontent. After 2 days, Constable Li found staying any longer untenable. With no alternative, he sought out Shao Yunduan once more. Meeting with no success, he appealed to Shao Yunduan to escort them out of the city. Lord Shao, by escorting us out, you demonstrate goodwill towards the prefect. Constable Li insinuated that saving face was mutually beneficial. If Shao Yunduan extended this courtesy, it would reflect positively on the prefect. Failure to do so would damage the prefect's reputation among other county magistrates. At that juncture, deteriorating relations between the prefect and lord seemed inevitable. The lord, undoubtedly, wished to avoid such a scenario. He harbored no fear, yet Constable Li's presence in An's city with 300 men was undesirable. Since the constable expressed willingness to depart, providing him with a means to do so seemed prudent. After pondering briefly, Shao Yunduan acquiesced. Swift resolution was paramount. Unexpectedly, Constable Li instigated a confrontation outside the city gates, attempting to forcibly remove Shao Yunduan. Had he not underestimated Ai, who stood by Shao Yunduan, he might have succeeded. Ai swiftly countered Constable Li's sudden assault. As Constable Li's 300 men joined the fray, Shao Yunduan managed to evade and regroup. In mere moments, Shao Yunduan rallied guards to his defense. The 50 men tasked with his escort appeared unyielding in the face of adversity. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2099, He miscalculated. Hijacking and the other secretaries trembled with fear, huddling close to Shao Yunduan. 6 guards formed a protective circle around them, brandishing their swords. Chaos erupted at the city gate. Constable Li inwardly cursed his misjudgment. He had underestimated the situation. Believing the warehouse guards to be An's province's elite force sent by Prefect Shao, he had been sorely mistaken. His ignorance of the province proved costly. Regret gnawed at him, but it was too late. The commotion drew the attention of the city gate guards and the patrol team, sending Constable Li into a panic. Ah yes, fist landed forcefully on his face, sending him crashing to the ground. Before he could rise, a gleaming blade pressed against his throat. Screams, clashes of metal, and thuds of bodies hitting the ground echoed. None of the bailiffs accompanying Constable Li survived. They were either slain or captured. An's Prefecture city's denizens bristled with cold fury. Their audacity knew no bounds. The attempt to abduct Lord Shao, the esteemed prefect, by the constables of the magistrate's office warranted dire consequences. They were ready to mete out justice swiftly and mercilessly. It was a deeply humiliating moment. Lord! You're injured. Jia Hemming's sudden cry startled everyone. They turned to see Shao Yunduan's left sleeve stained with blood, his hand clutching the wound. Are you all right, my lord? Do you need assistance? Quickly, fetch a doctor. Yes, hurry. Shao Yunduan had managed to conceal his injury amidst the chaos. All eyes were fixed on the skirmish, oblivious to his plight. Yet, a wave of pain surged through him. Beads of sweat formed on his brow, his complexion paling. He waved off their concerns with a determined voice. It's nothing but a scratch. Fear not, my friends. I shall return home. Deputy Prefect Jia, I entrust this matter to you. Of course, my lord. You can count on me. As Shao Yunduan retreated into the city, Ai and his men trailed behind. Jia Hemming's gaze swept over the captives, settling on Constable Li, bound and helpless. Constable Li seethed with shame and resentment under Jia Hemming's hostile stare. Regret gnawed at him. He shouldn't have lost his temper. Raising his head defiantly, he locked eyes with Jia Hemming. If Lord Shao had obeyed the prefect's orders and gone to the provincial city, none of this would have happened. He defied the prefect's authority, not me. The fault lies with him. Jia Hemming's sneer morphed into a stern scold. Silence him and take him away. Stubbornness won't serve you well. There are numerous ways to discipline you. Even if Prefect Lu held authority, Lord Shao was an official of the imperial court. What gave Prefect Lu the right to degrade others in such a manner? He harbored nefarious intentions. Upon Shao Yunduan's return to the eastern yard of the state office, Qiao Xian sprang into action, swiftly ordering water, clean clothes, and medicinal ointment. Thankfully, the doctor arrived promptly, examining Shao Yunduan's wound. He assured that it wasn't poison and hadn't affected bones or muscles. With ointment application and 2 days of rest and medication, the inflammation would subside, and the wound would heal. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2100. Deeply stimulated. This time he had to be cautious with his arm for the time being, refraining from strenuous activity. The wound, though lengthy and deep, necessitated a day or two of recuperation. Qiao Xian expressed her gratitude to the doctor and instructed Qinyan to see him off. She then tasked Kaiyue with preparing the medicine and personally tended to Shao Yunduan's wound. Gazing at the injury, her heart twinged with both relief and apprehension. Thankfully, his injuries weren't grave. Had his bones been affected, it would have been a lesser evil. But what if his entire arm had been crippled? What if the sword had struck his chest? Qiao Xian, typically unfazed by the tumultuous era and world changes, was deeply stirred this time. The unpredictability of this chaotic world, where danger lurked at every turn, was unsettling. If only the old order had remained intact, untouched by upheaval, how could such peril arise? No matter how discontented Prefect Lu might be with Shao Yunduan, resorting to arresting and forcibly removing him would be unheard of. Is Prefect Lu out of his mind? What's his motive? Shao Yunduan gently squeezed Xiao Xian's soft hands, reassuringly. Are you frightened? Fear not, Yi was there. As Xiao Xian gazed at him, he offered a reassuring smile. There won't be a next time. In fact, it's beneficial that this occurred. It'll keep us vigilant for the future. Who could have anticipated such audacity from their adversaries? Xiao Xian couldn't argue with his logic. After a moment, she spoke softly. I fear Prefect Lu won't easily let this matter rest. Our relationship has soured, and we must contemplate the repercussions. Initially, they could have remained concealed, but with trouble looming, continuing to hide seemed increasingly challenging. Shao Yunduan nodded. You're correct, it's time to strategize. He then reassured Xiao Xian, he's just a minor magistrate, nothing to fret over. His competence is lacking, evident by his prolonged tenure in the position. Antagonizing him was inconsequential. Xiao Xian smiled, feeling somewhat reassured. Meanwhile, Constable Li neared a breakdown under Sun Bei's relentless interrogation. However, his responses remained unchanged, repeatedly uttering the same phrases. It was evident he was a coward, unlikely to fabricate at this juncture. His consistent account suggested genuine ignorance. Sun Bei discerned Constable Li's cowardice. It seemed he genuinely knew nothing beyond Prefect Liu's directive to bring Shao Yunduan to the provincial capital at any cost. That was the extent of his involvement, with no further inquiries or divulgence from Prefect Lu. Such an individual was merely a hot-headed fool. His cognitive faculties appeared lacking, and his martial prowess, frankly, left much to be desired. Sun Bei's disdain was palpable. Was there truly no one more competent under Prefect Liu's command? Sending such an inept individual on such a crucial mission was nothing short of insulting. Whom did they underestimate? If Prefect Lu were aware of this, he'd likely be beside himself with rage. Constable Li was renowned for his martial prowess, esteemed by all in the prefectural yamen. His flawless execution of duties earned him admiration and respect. Little did he know, An's province harbored a wealth of hidden talent. Any one of these constables could easily ascend to the rank of general. How could his subordinates hope to compare? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2101, Deceived Sun Bei approached Shao Yunduan, his expression laced with disdain. Shao Yunduan trusted Sun Bei's assessment, making Constable Li's presence unnecessary. Drafting a letter, Shao Yunduan instructed Sun Bei to deliver it to Prefect Lu. The letter adopted a composed and conciliatory tone. It acknowledged An's province's lack of resources and preparation, expressing sincere regret for the inconvenience caused. Shao Yunduan proposed that An's province commence tax payments from the current year, adhering to regulations during the upcoming autumn harvest. While seeking to buy time, Shao Yunduan also conveyed An's province's desire to maintain amicable relations with the prefect. Shao Yunduan directed Qin Yan to transcribe the letter, which he then sealed and handed to Constable Li, signaling his release along with his remaining soldiers. Shao Yunduan anticipated that Prefect Lu would grasp the implicit message in the letter, thereby averting further troubles for An's province in the current year. That sufficed. Why permit others to snore beside them? None of the three princes were inclined to safeguard their half-crippled empire. They would assuredly persist in their conflicts. Perhaps, by the year's end, the world state would become apparent. Shao Yunduan harbored no fondness for any of them and had no intention of serving them. When the dust settled, regardless of who emerged victorious, he would relinquish An's province and retire. For now, his sole aspiration was to ensure the welfare of those under his governance. He had invested his heart and soul into this land, developing a deep attachment. Abandoning them at this juncture was inconceivable. Moreover, in this tumultuous era, he required a sanctuary to safeguard himself. Shao Yunduan had predicted everything, but he did not predict the hearts of the people. Constable Li had faithfully served Prefect Lu for numerous years, basking in the admiration and respect of his peers. Yet, this time, he suffered a humiliating defeat before a throng of subordinates. His pride and dignity lay shattered. Despite maintaining a facade of composure on the journey back, he sensed the mocking and contempt from his subordinates beneath the surface. The shame was unbearable. He harbored an intense resentment towards Shao Yunduan and An's province. In times past, he would have been powerless to act. But in this chaotic era, he felt emboldened to pursue any course of action. An's province must capitulate. Only then could he reclaim his lost honor. Regardless of the contents of Shao Yunduan's letter, Constable Li had no intention of delivering it to Prefect Lu. En route, he employed both persuasion and coercion to rally the remaining 240-odd bailiffs to his cause. Upon meeting with Prefect Lu, he concocted a narrative, fabricating a tale of Lord Shao preemptively attacking and resulting in the loss of dozens of comrades before their escape from An's province. Despite Constable Li's apologies, Prefect Liu's heart grew cold once more. Constable Li's account aligned with Grandmaster Miao's, solidifying Prefect Liu's conviction that Shao Yunduan and Prefect Shao were indeed rebelling. Exasperated, Prefect Lu refrained from acting impulsively. It wasn't due to lack of desire, but rather fear. With a sizable following under his command, he needed to preserve his strength, his confidence and leverage. Losing them would be catastrophic. Constable Li's revelation about powerful individuals in An's province added to his apprehension. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2102, Imagination engaging them directly might not yield victory. Logically, it seemed implausible for a provincial governor to command such formidable forces. This anomaly raised suspicions. These individuals displayed remarkable ferocity, reminiscent of bandits of yore. It was conceivable they were remnants of the mountain marauders of old. If true, then An's prefecture's Lord Prefect was culpable. Perhaps he harbored ambitious designs long before. His restlessness might have manifested even while he resided in the capital. Upon reflection, his elevation to primus and favor with the crown prince initially seemed inexplicable. Why would such a figure be transferred from the capital? Moreover, his willingness to relocate to a decrepit locale shunned by others? No ordinary individual would volunteer for such a post, let alone a seemingly feeble primus. Unless he harbored ulterior motives. Furthermore, upon arrival, he immediately commenced bandit eradication, a daunting task. Without guile or clandestine means, how could a scholarly figure with limited military resources dare such an endeavor? Yet, dare he did. Not only did he dare, but he also succeeded. Upon reflection, it became uncertain whether the mountain bandits had truly been exterminated or if they had clandestinely infiltrated the ranks, assuming roles as government bailiffs and constables. Prefect Lu extensively deliberated and dissected the matter with Grandmaster Miao. The more they scrutinized, the more convinced they became of the truth. It was as though the fog had lifted, and clarity prevailed. Had Shao Yunduan been privy to their musings, he would have found them laughable. Magistrate Lu proved himself a fool. Why aspire to be a protector when one could be a legend? Prefect Liu's newfound understanding ignited a blaze of anger within him, coupled with an undercurrent of fear. He seethed with indignation, yet hesitated to provoke them recklessly. What exacerbated his fury was the prospect of losing face in the eyes of other county magistrates. Prefect Lu loathed Shao Yunduan. At this juncture, the second prince relocated the capital city from Xianyang to Wuchang, initiating a fresh campaign to expand his dominion and bolster his strength. Witnessing this, the fourth prince refused to be outdone and embarked on his own expansion. Meanwhile, the third prince, holding sway over Jinling, sensed impending danger and felt compelled to take action. As the second prince's faction clashed with the fourth prince's forces in the Central Plains, they extended their influence southward. A promising young general from the Sun family spearheaded the southern campaign, leading his troops down the Yangtze River and swiftly subjugating several mid-sized cities en route to Huaixi province. Prefect Lu quivered with trepidation, as though confronting a formidable adversary. His grandiose aspirations faded into insignificance. What right had he to vie for supremacy so eagerly? In this moment, thoughts of ruling the world evaporated. Survival became his paramount concern. Upon witnessing the formidable appearance of the Sun family's army, Prefect Lu was starkly reminded of the vast disparity between their capabilities. How could the prowess of a prince from the Tian family compare to that of an ordinary local official? With little deliberation, Prefect Lu opted to surrender to old General Sun's biological son, General Sun Pu, a cousin of the second prince. He respectfully welcomed General Sun Pu into the city. Thus, Huaixi province fell under the jurisdiction of the second prince. Sun Pu received the news with gratification, unsurprised by Prefect Liu's capitulation. Such was the natural order of things. The emperor, the true scion of the true dragon, commanded an invincible army. Wherever he marched, submission followed. It was the only rightful course of action. How could those two traitors hope to rival the emperor? It was merely a matter of time before the emperor reclaimed the capital and quashed the rebellion. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know your report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2103, Someone from the second prince. Prefect Lu, seizing the opportunity for retribution, wasted no time in informing Shao Yunduan of the situation. As Grandmaster Miao and he relayed their speculations to Sun Pu, each one was confirmed as truth. Prefect Liu's arguments were logical and grounded. Sun Pu had little choice but to accept them. Moreover, as a fourth-grade official wielding genuine authority, how could Prefect Lu deceive? Shao Yunduan's name struck a chord with Sun Pu. After pondering for a moment, he turned to Dao Seeking and inquired, Shao Yunduan? Wasn't he the primus during the late emperor's reign? The crown prince's lackey? Given the Sun family's support for the second prince, Shao Yunduan, aligned with the crown prince, had perpetually clashed with both the Sun family and the second prince. Without Shao Yunduan's influence, the crown prince's faction would have crumbled. Sun Pu harbored no fondness for Shao Yunduan either. Upon hearing this, Prefect Lu was assured of his decision. Concealing his satisfaction, he promptly affirmed, indeed, it's him. Shao Yunduan harbors grand ambitions and ulterior motives. Why else would the esteemed primus and the crown prince's confidant deign to venture to such a place? The brigands he's purportedly eliminating must surely be under his command now. Come to think of it, I underestimated him. Suspecting foul play, I dispatched someone to An's province to summon him for interrogation. Yet, he not only refused to comply but attempted to dispatch my envoy. Thankfully, one managed to escape and bring back word. Justice, as they say, knows no bounds. What? He dares to be so audacious. Sun Pu's disdain deepened upon hearing this revelation. With a scornful smirk, he remarked, a mere scholar, swollen with pride from his books. From where does he summon such gall? I'm curious to witness what justifies his arrogance. Without the patronage of His Highness the Crown Prince, what significance did Shao Yunduan hold? Having suffered humiliation at Shao Yunduan's hands, Prefect Lu saw this as an opportune moment to reclaim his dignity. It was imperative to demonstrate to the other county magistrates the consequences of defiance or disrespect. An example needed to be set, retribution exacted. General, your discernment is unmatched. Such impudence merits no personal attention from you. He besmirches your name unjustly. Permit me to dispatch someone to summon him once more. Then, you may conduct a thorough interrogation, Prefect Lu proposed. Sun Pu had no intention of venturing to An's province himself. Shao Yunduan was beneath his notice. As an external branch of the imperial family, the Sun clan held a position of prestige. When the emperor's dominion was complete, the Sun family would undoubtedly ascend to preeminence. As the emperor's cousin, Sun Pu would undoubtedly be granted a marquisate. His status was invaluable. If Prefect Lu was willing to serve him, why impede him? In that case, dispatch someone swiftly to bring Shao and his retinue before me. I shall conduct the interrogation myself. Yes, General. Prefect Lu, elated by Sun Pu's command, promptly returned to confer with Grandmaster Miao. Grandmaster Miao, recollecting the events in An's prefecture city and the pitiful state of Constable Li and his comrades, harbored lingering trepidation. He hesitated. Even with General Sun's support, he remained apprehensive. It was evident that Prefect Shao's faction wielded considerable influence. What if their audacity provoked their executioner? Even if they ultimately faced General Sun's retribution, it could cost them their lives. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2104. He can finally avenge his past shame. Grandmaster Miao decisively pushed Constable Li forward to shoulder the responsibility. My lord, why not entrust Constable Li with this task once more? Firstly, it spares the esteemed masters any inconvenience. Secondly, Constable Li possesses first-hand experience in confronting them, thus he is more self-assured. My lord, perhaps you should accompany General Sun with a few attendants. I doubt Prefect Shao would dare to defy. Prefect Lu concurred and sought Sun Pu's approval. Sun Pu raised no objections. Gesturing casually to Sun Meng, he instructed him to accompany Prefect Lu to An's province with over 10 personal guards. Grandmaster Miao exhibited sagacity and caution, while Constable Li exuded fervor. He was ecstatic at the prospect of returning to An's province once more. This was his chance at redemption. Constable Li eagerly anticipated besmirching Shao Yunduan's name along the journey. The Sun family had harbored animosity toward Shao Yunduan for his allegiance to the Crown Prince, but now their disdain intensified. Around 10:30 a.m. the following day, Constable Li and his companions arrived in An's province, still 50 miles from their destination when news reached Shao Yunduan. A solemn atmosphere pervaded as everyone assembled. Prefect Liu's allegiance to the Second Prince implied that the entire Huaixi province lay within the Second Prince's sphere of influence. Previously, a congregation convened, fraught with concern. The Hua family, the Bai family, and other prominent clans of An's prefecture city all shared apprehensions. They nominated representatives to petition the government office for enlightenment. Amidst the uncertainty, confusion reigned. No one could fathom the fate that awaited An's province should Prefect Lu capitulate. Yet, amidst the turmoil, one sentiment prevailed: steadfastness. The influential families even pledged to offer financial tribute to the Second Prince, provided it remained within reasonable bounds, in a bid to retain Lord Shao's governance in An's province. Shao Yunduan found himself deeply moved yet conflicted. Qiao Xian shared the sentiment. Neither had anticipated Shao Yunduan's immense popularity in An's province. Helplessly, they watched as Prefect Lu aligned with the Second Prince. In the current of the times, individual efforts amounted to little. One could only navigate the currents, hoping to safely reach the shore or risk being engulfed by the waves. In the midst of uncertainty, all they could do was wait and observe. Shao Yunduan delved deeper into contemplation. While he had his own strategies in mind, he couldn't overlook the futures of others. Despite assurances from Jia Hemming, Chang Xinshan, Jing Sang, and their ilk, pledging loyalty, Shao Yunduan felt a responsibility towards them. In discussions with Qiao Xian, they broached the possibility of the worst-case scenario, relinquishing their positions. Should the Second Prince prove amenable to dissenting voices, those inclined to remain could do so. Otherwise, resignation and retreat seemed prudent. Alternatively, they could seek solace in tranquil locales, nestled amidst picturesque landscapes. Bound by fraternity forged through shared experiences, Shao Yunduan vowed to alleviate their concerns. Finances posed no obstacle. With ample wealth at their disposal, a stable existence awaited those opting for resignation, safeguarding their prosperity for the future's uncertainties. Once the tempest subsided, they could chart their course anew. Qiao Xian echoed similar sentiments. Their wealth overflowed, insurmountable even if each were granted 10,000 taels. Even in its dispersion, it would swiftly replenish. The turmoil weighed heavily. Qiao Xian's smile to Shao Yunduan betrayed a poignant truth. There was wisdom in the ancients' counsel: it's better to live peacefully, even as a humble dog, than to brave the tumult of rebellion. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2105. What he was worried about was this: if all else fails, well, retreat to Shouting Village. And if even the village isn't secure, well, find refuge in the mountains for a few years, Shao Yunduan resolved. Even if Shao Yunduan were to discover their plans, he wouldn't begrudge their decision. After all, their survival took precedence. Transmigrating into a world in turmoil was a twist she hadn't anticipated. Shao Yunduan chuckled, enfolding her in his embrace and tenderly soothing her. It's not as dire as you think. We're not heading to the heart of the Central Plain. We'll be fine. No matter how vehemently the three princes vied for power, they wouldn't covet rule over a fractured realm. Of this, he was certain. He harbored no irreconcilable grievances with them. Once one ascended the throne, why would they bother with a minor figure like him? Assuaged by his reassurances, Qiao Xian relaxed slightly, smiling. As long as we're not in their crosshairs. The realm belonged to Great Qin, thus the princes could vie for it as they pleased. Shao Yunduan's smile echoed her sentiment. Indeed. To him, weathering this tumult was all that mattered for his continued safety. What lay foremost on Shao Yunduan's mind was the imminent challenge ahead. His primary concern centered on the provisions stored in several granaries. These stores weren't his, nor were they in Zezis. They were intended for Qi and his retinue. Yet, the distance was vast, and the exchange of letters fraught with uncertainties. Despite their parting from Qi, they managed to glean a rough understanding of each other's circumstances. Shao Yunduan knew only that the northwest lay thousands of miles from An's province, and Qi wouldn't have solicited his aid in procuring provisions upon his return. Given their prior preparations, their stores would undoubtedly prove invaluable. Even if he entertained thoughts of resignation, the matter of provisions needed resolution beforehand. Sensing the urgency, Shao Yunduan dispatched 2 men to the northwest to ascertain if Qi and company wished to dispatch the provisions. Just as he finalized these arrangements, Prefect Lu arrived. As news spread that Constable Li led the entourage, a sense of foreboding gripped the populace. Observing Shao Yunduan's intent to venture outside the city to greet them, Hijacking interjected. My lord, why not remain here momentarily? Allow me to assess the situation first, so you can make an informed decision. Shao Yunduan shook his head with a smile. There's no need. It's not just officials from the magistrate's office. I want to demonstrate my sincerity. Besides, since they're here, I'll inevitably meet them sooner or later. It's better to do so sooner. It was inevitable for Constable Li to harbor resentment. As a prefect, Shao Yunduan's presence could at least mitigate Constable Li's potential aggression. If only Hijacking and the others went, they might face severe bullying. Qiao Xian felt a twinge of concern. She reminded Yi to remain at Shao Yunduan's side without deviation. Shao Yunduan reassured her before proceeding with the others. Fearing the possibility of conflict, the scribes opted to stay behind. Only he, Hijacking, and a few others like Yi and Zheng Sang accompanied him. Unbeknownst to Shao Yunduan, shortly after their departure, Qiao Xian discreetly slipped out of the state office's backyard in disguise. She felt compelled to venture beyond the city's confines, ready to lend aid if necessary. After waiting for about a minute, 3 miles outside the city, Shao Yunduan spotted Constable Li and his retinue approaching in the distance. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2106, Sowing discord. The thundering hooves of the horses churned up sand and dust, creating a tumultuous spectacle. Whether by chance or design, a contingent of 300 individuals arrived this time. However, if such details were orchestrated, they went unnoticed. No one bothered to tally their numbers. Observing the group from An's province awaiting them outside the city, Constable Li brandished his whip, offering praise to son Meng. General Sun, your prowess remains unmatched. During our previous visit on behalf of our lord, the arrogance of the An's province folk was palpable. Though Sun Meng wielded authority as a household guard under Sun Pu's banner, his standing paled in comparison before the second prince. Yet, this discrepancy did little to diminish his inclination for dominance. He relished in Constable Li's flattery. With a disdainful smile, he retorted, the Sun family commands respect that's beyond their reach. At least they recognized their limitations. Apprehensive that Sun Meng might release Shao Yunduan upon admitting defeat, Constable Li swiftly interjected. Scholars are known for their cunning, especially Lord Shao. He's a shrewd individual. Our Lord's momentary lapse led to a setback at his hands. General Sun, don't be ensnared by his deceit. Sun Meng cast a sidelong glance at Constable Li. Indeed. He was once a thorn in the side of the Emperor and a nuisance to the Sun family. Neither the Emperor nor the Sun family can abide his presence. His loyalty to his master surpassed any disdain he harbored for those who opposed him. It was his duty to echo his master's concerns. Constable Li beamed with delight, his praise sincere. General, your wisdom knows no bounds. As their conversation unfolded, a group approached Shao Yunduan. Constable Li's spirits soared as he realized that among them stood Shao Yunduan, the prefect, who had personally ventured outside the city to greet them. A surge of satisfaction washed over him. This was retribution in action. This was the wheel of fortune turning. Well, if it isn't Prefect Shao. What a delightful surprise to be personally welcomed by you outside the city. I'm truly honored. Constable Li sneered, remaining mounted on his horse with an air of arrogance, his disdainful gaze unwavering. Having encountered Shao Yunduan before, Sun Meng recognized him immediately. Though momentarily taken aback, he quickly composed himself. It was hardly surprising for Shao Yunduan to extend such a gesture to a Sun family retinue. Sun Meng secretly relished the moment. What significance did Shao Yunduan's former status as the Primus hold now? What mattered was that even a fallen phoenix bowed before him like a humble chicken. Wasn't this dignified Primus now standing obediently before him? Truly, luck was a mysterious thing. Hijacking and the others seethed with anger. Shao Yunduan's smile remained placid. As our esteemed guest, your kindness is greatly appreciated. Constable Li's sneer deepened. Politeness was not on his agenda. With a proud air, Sun Meng declared, since you're here, lead the way. What secrets did Prefect Shao harbor? What mysteries lay concealed within An's province? There was no rush. He would uncover everything gradually. With their arrival, no secrets could remain hidden from him. Shao Yunduan nodded, instructing one of his officers to fetch the horses. He and Hijacking mounted their steeds, leading the way. Yi and a handful of personal guards trailed closely by their side on horseback. Though Shao Yunduan and Hijacking had initially intended to depart in a carriage, they deemed it unfitting given the circumstances, opting instead to ride horseback. As they prepared to mount their horses, Hijacking shot a concerned glance at Shao Yunduan, a frown etched on his face. They might not wield much influence, but they couldn't overlook the disrespect directed towards Lord Shao. General Sun, merely a subordinate of the Sun family, acted as though he held authority to issue commands. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2107, difficult to deal with. Prefect Lu and Constable Li, those despicable characters, had likely spoken ill of Lord Shao countless times in front of General Sun and the Sun family. Their demeanor suggested malicious intentions towards Lord Shao. Shao Yunduan's heart sank at the thought. The Sun family was already at odds with him. If the envoy this time had truly been a genuine member of the Sun family, Shao Yunduan believed he could persuade them. At the very least, safeguarding An's province in the interim wouldn't pose a problem. Yet, it was the Sun family's guards who arrived. Confronting the King of Hell was manageable, but contending with the Sun family's authority proved more challenging. He needed only to align himself with the Crown Prince. That alone should suffice to fortify his stance and make a decisive stand. It didn't add up, Shao Yunduan inwardly sighed. He needed to compose himself and handle the situation with caution. It seemed he had no choice but to make a journey to the provincial city. Constable Li's gaze bore into Shao Yunduan and Hijacking as they rode ahead. The longer he stared, the deeper his resentment festered. His animosity toward Shao Yunduan burned the brightest. Yet the man held the esteemed position of Prefect Lord, making him untouchable. However, Hijacking, a mere deputy prefect, was fair game. He couldn't forget the humiliation of being thrown into prison on Jia Hemming's orders last time. Malevolent thoughts surged within him, and suddenly, Constable Li spurred his horse forward. Brandishing his whip, he feigned a strike towards the eyes of Jia Hemming's mount, mocking, "Deputy Prefect Jia, hold a moment. I have a few words for you, Deputy Prefect Jia." Reacting swiftly, Sun Xian, positioned just behind Jia Hemming, drew his longsword and severed Constable Li's horsewhip in a single fluid motion. Jia Hemming's steed narrowly evaded the perilous strike, but the fright was palpable. Were it not for the swift intervention of a nearby guard who steadied the panicked horse, Jia Hemming, a frail scholar, would have been unseated. Trembling with shock, Jia Hemming's face drained of color as his heart raced. Wheeling around, he fixed a glare upon Constable Li. Constable Li, the instigator, launched into a tirade, brandishing his horsewhip towards Sun Bai as he bellowed, "How dare you? Such insolence! What manner of conduct is this? You're but a lowly bailiff under Lord Shao. Know your place." Though Sun Meng harbored animosity towards Shao Yunduan, desiring his removal for the emperor and his master's sake, he displayed indifference towards Constable Li's provocations, an implicit sign of agreement. A master at deciphering body language, Constable Li concealed his inner satisfaction behind a stern facade. "Lord Shao, an explanation is warranted, don't you think?" Jia Hemming seethed with fury. "You," Shao Yunduan interjected, "what is it that you seek?" Perceiving Shao Yunduan's interruption as a sign of fear, Constable Li sneered. "This fellow is trying to provoke us. What's his game? Aren't you going to enlighten us?" "I believe you've misconstrued the situation," Shao Yunduan countered with a light smile. "Sun Bai was merely preventing an incident." "What?" Constable Li, along with Sun Meng, Jia Hemming, and even Sun Bai himself, were taken aback. Maintaining a serious demeanor, Shao Yunduan continued, "Your whip veered off course, nearly startling the horse. Imagine the chaos if the horse had panicked and caused injury. People would have misconstrued your actions as arrogance and bullying. Sun Bai's intervention was a kindness, preventing potential harm. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know it report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 2108, I really want to fight. Constable Li's eyes widened in shock. What in the world? If he wasn't privy to his own thoughts, he might have actually fallen for Shao Ziz's nonsense. While Sun Bai couldn't fathom why his lord would make such a claim, he trusted his lord's judgment implicitly. His lord only ever acted in his best interests. Thus, Sun Bai promptly affirmed, "Lord is correct." That's exactly what occurred. Shao Yunduan offered a conciliatory smile and spoke with genuine concern, "Constable Li, the state office bailiffs can be a bit brusque, but their intentions are noble. Given the urgency of the situation earlier, I trust you'll overlook any offense? If not, I'll extend my apologies on their behalf. Please accept them." Shao Yunduan restrained Jia Hemming from accusing Constable Li outright, knowing full well that Constable Li would vehemently deny any wrongdoing. He might even counter-accuse Jia Hemming of slander. In such a scenario, Constable Li would hold the moral high ground. After all, Sun Bai had acted swiftly, ensuring Jia Hemming was unharmed by Constable Li's whip. Without acknowledgement from Constable Li, Jia Hemming was powerless. With that in mind, silence seemed the wisest course of action. Constable Li held his breath, feeling immobilized by his rage. With a snort, he retorted in a sarcastic tone, "Lord Shao, your eloquence truly befits a scholar of the highest order. Admirable. You could convince night to turn into day and the dead to rise again." Shao Yunduan remained composed, responding calmly, "Your words are too generous, Constable Li. I merely speak the truth." Constable Li's frustration simmered, feeling the urge to engage in conflict. Yet, he knew it was a battle he couldn't win. Sun Meng's displeasure deepened, his animosity towards Shao Yunduan growing with each passing moment, mingled with a growing sense of dread. This man proved formidable indeed. He showed no deference to the Sun family, swiftly shifting the dynamic to his advantage, leaving others at a disadvantage. Sun Meng knew he needed to find a way to curb Shao Yunduan's arrogance and allow his superiors to release their pent-up frustration. Sensing the tension, Shao Yunduan intervened gracefully, raising his hands. "General Sun, Constable Li, let us proceed with civility." Sun Meng chuckled. "Prefect Shao, you are indeed different from the rest." Ha ha ha. He sized up Shao Yunduan and said meaningfully, "I did not expect that you would be so energetic in such a remote place. I thought that you would not be used to this place after staying in the capital for so long. I wonder if there is something special here that attracted you?" Sun Meng felt a surge of satisfaction, deeming his words exceedingly clever. By mocking Shao Yunduan's expulsion from the capital and subtly hinting at his clandestine dealings with mountain bandits, he aimed to assert his own superiority and warn Shao Yunduan against underestimating him. However, Shao Yunduan interpreted Sun Meng's remarks differently, perceiving them as intentional mockery. Yet, he chose to overlook this slight. There were more pressing matters at hand. With a faint smile, he remarked, "This locale has its charms as well." Then, he ushered them into the city. Meanwhile, Qiao Xian, observing from a distance with her heightened senses, seethed with anger. Their intentions were far from benevolent. These individuals threatened to disrupt the peace of An's continent's intermediate city, relentlessly pursuing their agenda to create strife for her husband. Constable Li, in particular, elicited her disdain. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 2109, Embarrassed in public. Xiao Xian unleashed her power, causing one of the plant's roots to swell and elongate, resembling a serpent. Seizing the moment, Xiao Xian wielded her power, prompting the snake-like root to writhe along the ground. Constable Li's horse, mid-stride, suddenly convulsed, emitting a piercing neigh as it reared up, knocking Constable Li to the ground. Shock rippled through the onlookers. Swiftly, someone rushed forward to restrain the horse and assist Constable Li. Shao Yunduan and Hemming exchanged a glance, their satisfaction veiled by a facade of concern. Constable Li seethed with humiliation at his public display of ineptitude, especially in front of Sun Meng. Brimming with indignation and a thirst for retaliation, he sought to direct his ire towards Shao Yunduan and his companions. "You," he began, fixing a glare on Shao Yunduan, clearly laying blame at his feet. Yet, he couldn't bring himself to rebuke her. Surrounded by his own retinue, devoid of any representatives from An's prefecture city, it seemed improbable that they would interfere in such a manner. Nevertheless, Constable Li's frustration demanded an outlet. Shao Yunduan, resigned to the situation, offered a sympathetic sigh. "Constable Li, perhaps it's best we proceed by carriage. It's possible this horse isn't acclimated to the climate, resulting in its sudden outburst." "Bah!" Constable Li seethed with such fury that he felt as though he might spew blood. He prided himself on his martial prowess and had intended to impress Sun Meng. Instead, he found himself the laughingstock before he even had the chance to shine. Not only had he made a fool of himself, but he had also sustained serious injuries. His right foot suffered a severe sprain, while his right arm appeared to be fractured. Agonizing pain consumed half of his body. Initially intent on rejecting Shao Yunduan's suggestion, Constable Li found himself unable to bear the pain of riding further. Forced to endure bed rest for half a month to recuperate, he lamented his misfortune. An's province seemed determined to thwart him at every turn, serving as his relentless adversary. In a fit of anger, Constable Li called for assistance to help him into the carriage, while Sun Meng harbored similar feelings of discontent. Both deemed the incident an inauspicious start, leaving them disheartened and despondent. Maintaining a somber countenance throughout the journey, Sun Meng refrained from causing further trouble for Shao Yunduan and his companions. After they checked into the inn, they asked Shao Yunduan and the others to leave. They were too lazy to go to the reception banquet at night, so they excused themselves. Shao Yunduan could not wait, so he did not force her. Shao Yunduan conferred with Hemming and their companions, deliberating on their next steps. They bolstered city patrols and maintained vigilant surveillance over the inn before retreating to the backyard. Upon returning home, Shao Yunduan found Xiao Xian awaiting him, her demeanor serene as she greeted him alongside their son, Anan. With a smile, she announced, "Welcome home, my husband." Anan had officially commenced his education, attending school alongside Jia Hemming's son and several other young scholars. However, due to the arrival of officials from Prefect Liu's office, Shao Yunduan suspended classes temporarily, wary of potential repercussions. Observing his wife and son, Shao Yunduan's gaze softened as he ushered them inside. After exchanging pleasantries, Qiao Xian arranged for lunch to be served, and they dined together. Following the meal, Anan immersed himself in reading, while Qiao Xian inquired about the provincial visitors. Shao Yunduan's expression twisted into a wry smile. They are fools, indeed. Yet, fools can pose a nuisance when they act recklessly. Fortunately, one of the imbeciles stumbled and injured himself, rendering them confined to bed rest for the time being. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know it report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 21:10 Killed an idiot. Qiao Xian harbored a secret sense of triumph, relishing in her accomplishment. She knew precisely which idiot her husband referred to, and she took pride in her handiwork. Beaming, she inquired with feigned innocence, "Oh, is that so? Well, then it must be a fortunate turn of events, shouldn't it?" Her disdain for Constable Li was palpable, and she had seized the opportunity to impart a lesson to him then and there. Shao Yunduan echoed her sentiment with a smile. "Indeed, it's a stroke of good fortune. Providence has intervened." With one of the troublesome individuals now incapacitated, courtesy of what seemed like divine intervention, half of their worries dissipated. How could that not be cause for celebration? Furthermore, the individual in question bore grudges and harbored resentments, making his misfortune even sweeter. "Ah, indeed, indeed." Qiao Xian's smile widened even further, her relief palpable as she realized her husband hadn't taken any undue measures out of goodwill. "You're absolutely right. The heavens have a way of balancing things out." The couple exchanged smiles, sharing a silent understanding. Constable Li attempted to move, but the outcome proved less than favorable. An ankle sprain and a fractured bone were no trivial matters. Without proper recuperation, the risk of permanent disability loomed large. The prospect of being rendered lame filled Constable Li with dread, sealing his resolve to endure his frustration and focus on recovery. In his anguish, he vowed to son Meng that Shao Yunduan must have orchestrated the incident. Despite lacking concrete evidence implicating the An's province delegation, Constable Li reasoned that their cunning and malevolent nature were evident in the unfortunate turn of events. Such insidious behavior reinforced his conviction. Though devoid of tangible proof, son Meng readily embraced the accusations, fueled by memories of Shao Yunduan's past actions. During their time in the capital, Lord Shao had cultivated a reputation for ruthlessness, instilling fear in the hearts of both the emperor and his cohorts. Given Shao Yunduan's formidable character, it stood to reason that his methods of inflicting harm were beyond their comprehension. For son Meng and his ilk, such complexities were irrelevant. Their conviction remained steadfast: Shao Yunduan was a malign presence, and that knowledge sufficed. Son Meng's patience wore thin with each passing moment in An's province. Eager to bring Shao Yunduan and his entourage to his master's attention, he urged for immediate action. Constable Li, still nursing his grudge, seized the opportunity to press his own grievances. "General, why not add another feather to your cap while you're here? An's province boasts abundant harvests year after year, yet when our lord sought to collect taxes, Shao Yunduan withheld them under the guise of secrecy. Why hoard so much food in such a small province? Surely, there's more to his intentions than meets the eye." Sun Meng's expression darkened at the revelation. "This demands further investigation. Spare no detail." Food reserves were paramount, especially in times of scarcity. For the emperor and his generals, weapons and sustenance were indispensable commodities. A shortfall in either could prove disastrous. Despite holding important positions as clan guards, their statuses had significantly diminished since their arrival. Yet, within the ranks of family guards, competition thrived. Whose favor would wane in the eyes of their master, and who would ascend to greater trust and esteem? Over the past year, subtle indicators had begun to emerge, hinting at their respective trajectories. Sun Meng, however, aimed for more. The prospect of resolving even a portion of the food shortage presented an enticing opportunity for merit and advancement. It could propel him to greater heights within his master's esteem. Constable Li's words stirred a desire within Sun Meng. How could he resist such a tantalizing prospect? In his eagerness, Constable Li embellished the situation, magnifying the importance of his mission to procure provisions. And in doing so, he unwittingly stoked Sun Meng's ambition even further. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know it report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 21:11. He must have a plan. The more Sun Meng listened, the fiercer his anger burned. This Prefect Shao displays unparalleled arrogance. To show such disrespect to his superiors is unforgivable. Lord Lu may be lenient, but if he were to cross swords with our general, he'd meet a swift demise. Constable Li's sigh was laden with frustration. Our Lord values talent, indeed. He once spared Lord Shao's reprimand due to his intermediate Primus Scholar status. Who would have thought he'd only grow more audacious and brazen? General, do you believe he's harboring ulterior motives with his clandestine food hoarding? Undoubtedly. There's more to this than meets the eye. Sun Meng's countenance hardened. I'll confront him immediately. Constable Li interjected hastily, General, perhaps it's wise to inspect the granary first. Let him squirm in front of the entire stockpile. Sun Meng dismissed the suggestion with a cold smile. I'll simply make my inquiry. What can he possibly do? Constable Li hesitated to voice his doubts, but upon reflection, he realized the potential benefits of Shao Yunduan refusing to comply. If Prefect Shao offended General Sun, it could spell trouble for him. After all, General Sun's reputation preceded him, and he wasn't one to be trifled with. General, your wisdom knows no bounds. Your renown precedes you, and I doubt Prefect Shao would dare to defy you. Constable Li began to heap praises upon Sun Meng. Though his flattery bordered on the extravagant, who wouldn't appreciate a bit of praise? Sun Meng couldn't help but feel gratified. The following day, Sun Meng arrived at Shao Yunduan's residence accompanied by a dozen formidable-looking men. He wasted no time in broaching two matters. Firstly, he requested Shao Yunduan, Jia Hemming, i.e., Sun Bai, and Sun Xian to accompany him to the provincial city, as his general had inquiries for them. Secondly, he declared his intent to requisition 100,000 dawn of grain upon his return to the province. There's no time to dawdle, Lord Shao. Prepare yourself. We depart in 3 days at the latest. Ensure all the provisions are ready by then. Shao Yunduan had anticipated Sun Meng's less than amicable intentions, but the extent of his domineering demeanor took him aback. He refused to acquiesce to either of Sun Meng's demands. Attempting to negotiate, Shao Yunduan proposed an alternative with a genial smile. General, if there are inquiries to be made, I'm at your disposal. I'll venture to the provincial city alone, sparing the need for anyone else. After all, we require personnel to maintain order here in An's province, don't we? If everyone departs, who will attend to our daily affairs? No. Sun Meng eyed Shao Yunduan warily. He recognized the futility of attempting to outwit the astute Primus scholar. Mr. Primus was shrewd, and engaging in protracted dialogue risked falling prey to his cunning manipulations. Thus, Sun Meng opted for a simpler, more forceful approach. He would not entertain Shao Yunduan's suggestions, regardless of their merit. Whether logical or not, objections to Sun Meng's directive spelled the end of the discussion. Casting a disdainful glance at Shao Yunduan, Sun Meng scoffed, "This is a direct order from the general. You and your companions will comply. An's province pales in comparison to our general's domain. A minor delay here is inconsequential. When the general commands, you obey without question. Lord Shao, don't blame me for not reminding you. Our general isn't as good-tempered as Prefect Lu. You can't disobey him. Otherwise, humph." The revelation regarding Prefect Lu left Shao Yunduan stunned. Nevertheless, he remained resolute in his stance. The implications of abandoning An's province, Xiao Xian, and their child to accompany Sun Meng were dire. Their families would be left vulnerable and defenseless. Should Sun Pu and Prefect Lu dispatch agents to seize control in their absence, An's province would be left leaderless, exposing them to imminent peril. Without a doubt, Shao Yunduan refused to gamble with the safety and well-being of those under his care. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know it report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 21:12. Afraid in the end. Shao Yunduan and Jia Hemming seethed with fury and apprehension, their minds racing with the potential consequences of Sun Meng's orders. Despite their concerns, Shao Yunduan stood firm in his resolve. I will accompany you, General. I oversee all affairs in An's province and can provide the information you seek. There's no need for anyone else to undertake this task. We can discuss further once we reach the provincial city. If you still insist on sending Deputy Prefect Jia and the others, we can negotiate then. As the highest-ranking official in An's province, it is my duty to safeguard the welfare of its residents. If everyone departs, who will assume leadership in my absence? I implore you, General, to make an exception in this instance. Sun Meng appeared momentarily swayed, but a surge of indignation swiftly overtook him. He glared at Shao Yunduan, his temper flaring. Absolutely not. I care only for the orders of our general. I answer to no one else, regardless of the consequences. Not even if the sky were to fall. General, enough. Sun Meng cut Shao Yunduan off brusquely, waving his hand dismissively. The decision is final. I won't entertain any attempts to deceive me. Despite his bravado, Sun Meng couldn't shake a lingering unease in his interactions with Shao Yunduan. The more Sun Meng contemplated the situation, the more convinced he became of Constable Li's assertions. Shao Yunduan appeared increasingly shrewd and deceitful, a master of manipulation. Sun Meng resolved to tread carefully, wary of falling into his schemes. His thoughts still consumed by the grain requisition, Sun Meng issued a final directive to Shao Yunduan. Lord Shao, arrange for the preparation of the grains. Remember, you must have them ready to accompany us in 3 days' time. Not a single dan less than 100,000 will suffice. This is an opportunity for Lord Shao to demonstrate his unwavering loyalty. I trust you understand the gravity of the situation. In Sun Meng's eyes, a true loyalist would seize any chance to prove their allegiance to their general without hesitation, unlike Shao Yunduan, who seemed to perpetually find excuses. Who would believe that this person had no ulterior motives? Shao Yunduan took a deep breath and closed his eyes. That food isn't from An's. What? It's from the Northwest Army. Reluctant as he was to divulge this information, Shao Yunduan felt compelled to do so in the face of Sun Meng's persistence. There's a young general in the Northwest Army who's my younger brother. He came here previously and asked me to help him procure food. All those grains were reserved for their use. It won't be long before the Northwest Army dispatches personnel to transport the grains. The border isn't particularly tranquil at the moment. Beihu has joined forces with several small tribes beyond the pass to make a move. These grains are strictly military provisions. I cannot interfere with them. I won't cause you any trouble. Once we arrive at the provincial capital, they'll clarify matters with General Sunday. Despite the cutthroat competition among the 3 princes for supremacy over the realm, none were willing to jeopardize their military assets. The looming threat of Beihu's incursion seemed inevitable, didn't it? The affair concerning the Northwest Army was a delicate matter shared among the 3 factions. It was already a blessing that the Northwest Army hadn't demanded funds or provisions from them. Snatching their supplies would only provoke the ire of Great Qin's populace, undermining their support. Had it been the second prince or one of his advisors present, Shao Yunduan would have provided an exit strategy. But how could Sun Meng possess such insight? He may have lacked knowledge, but he possessed a keen sense of reason. Shao Yunduan's cunning nature made him untrustworthy in Sun Meng's eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know it report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 21:13, Sun Meng is a cheat, no. Sun Meng objected without a second thought, his anger intensifying. With a sneer, he declared, I must take the food with me, regardless of its location. It's imperative that I deliver it to the provincial city first and let our general make the decision. What are you insinuating? Are you using the Northwest Army as a threat? But what did it matter if it was the Northwest Army? They were still subjects of the Emperor. Wasn't it their duty as subjects to provide for the Emperor? Furthermore, this wasn't merely a request, it was a form of tribute. With the Emperor facing a shortage of food, it was only natural for his subjects to offer what they could. If the Northwest Army had any sense of decency, they would willingly provide tribute. If the Emperor requested such a small amount of food, it would be disobedient not to comply. And disobedience would certainly invite punishment. Shao Yunduan remained silent, his thoughts racing. Jia Hemming, too, was lost in disbelief. They didn't exchange glances, but they shared the same sentiment. What a deception. What a fraud. Sun Meng was nothing short of a swindler. However, it was precisely this single-minded fool who caused Shao Yunduan the most headaches. No matter how patient Shao Yunduan tried to be, he found no desire to continue. It just didn't add up. Sun Meng seemed a bit smug as he noticed this and let out a soft snort. Did he really believe she thought he was so easily deceived? There was no way she could pull the wool over his eyes. Consider it a deal. Lord Shao, seize this opportunity to demonstrate your loyalty. With that, Sun Meng strode away proudly. What kind of person is he? Is General Sun out of his mind? Sending someone like that out on a task? Isn't he worried about the trouble he might cause? As soon as Sun Meng departed, Jia Hemming couldn't help but voice his frustration. Shao Yunduan sighed inwardly. The Sun family wielded considerable influence in the second prince's domain, so what did they have to fear? Sun Pu must be well aware of Sun Meng's capabilities, yet he dispatched him without hesitation. It seemed Magistrate Liu's favoritism had paid off handsomely. Sun Pu must hold quite a grudge against him. Moreover, he used to be the crown prince's subordinate. He was already enemies with the second prince and the Sun family. Shao Yunduan felt that the situation was worse than he had expected. Lord, what's our course of action now? We can't all head to the provincial city, that'd be too passive. Plus, giving them this food is out of the question. 100,000 stones was no small amount. It would be gut-wrenching to surrender it for naught. And would the Sun family cease their demands after tasting victory? History suggested otherwise. So, should he yield or not? Refusal would strain their relationship. But yielding was equally untenable. If he capitulated now, he'd be setting a dangerous precedent. If conflict was inevitable, better to face it head-on. The Northwest Army could serve as a bulwark. It might prove invaluable. Moreover, An's province wasn't without defenses. Not everyone could act with impunity here. Jia Hemming's mind seethed with indignation. He wasn't one to swallow his frustrations easily. Shao Yunduan spoke calmly, I'll depart for the city tomorrow morning with Yi and Jingsang. Yi will accompany me inside, while Jingsang and his men will await us outside. Rest assured, I won't engage them directly. My wife will inform the public of my illness, and I trust she can deter Sun Meng. You stay here and detain Sun Meng and his entourage for as long as possible. Keep them within An's province, no matter what. Dealing with this imbecile was exasperating. If reasoning failed, it was best to sidestep him. Shao Yunduan resolved to address Sun Pu directly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know it report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 21:14, decided to go for a long while, Jia Hemming remained silent. Lord, I still believe it's too risky. Regardless of Yi and the others' prowess, we'd be on hostile turf. Both General Sun and Prefect Lu harbor animosity toward us. I fear they won't extend courtesies when push comes to shove. If conflict erupts, wouldn't it be, An's province can't afford to lose you. Without you, it would fall apart. If anyone should go, let it be me. Shao Yunduan chuckled softly. I won't mince words with them, they'll just play it by ear. Qi still holds sway in the Northwest Army, and he wouldn't dare harm me unless he's lost his senses. But you're in a different position. It could end badly for you. Besides, Sun Pu may not be inclined to have a civil conversation with you. They had their differences from the outset, and as for Prefect Lu, negotiation wasn't even an option. Shao Yunduan had to leverage his Qi identity to assert dominance. Hijacking was left speechless. Shao Yunduan spoke the truth. Sun Pu hadn't even spared him a second thought, and even if he had, it would have been out of fear rather than respect. He wouldn't treat Hijacking kindly. Perhaps it would spell his demise if he ventured there. After a moment of silence, Hijacking sighed and conceded, I'm inept in such matters and can't share your burden, Lord. Your safety is paramount. If things escalate, finding a means of escape is crucial. Shao Yunduan nodded with a smile. I'm aware. Rest assured, I entrust An's province to you. Lord, have no fear. I'll ensure Sun Meng and his cohorts don't budge an inch. Thankfully, Constable Li's injury rendered him immobile. Otherwise, dealing with that obstinate and shrewd individual would have been no easy task. Shao Yunduan went over some details with him, finalizing business matters. He summoned Sun Bai, Sun Qian, and Zheng Sang to discuss arrangements. By the time they returned to the office, dinner was already served. Qiao Xian had instructed the kitchen to prepare a meal. Gathered around the table, bathed in warm light, the family shared a cozy meal together. Fresh, delicious food had a way of lifting spirits. After dinner, Shao Yunduan reviewed Ainan's homework while they engaged in light conversation. Ainan then headed for a shower and bed, leaving Shao Yunduan and Qiao Xian alone. Wife, tomorrow at dawn, I embark on a journey to the provincial city. Qiao Xian's expression shifted. Must you go? Shao Yunduan nodded, planting a kiss on her cheek before speaking with a gentle smile. Sun Meng's demands are excessive, but reasoning with that fool is futile. I must personally speak with Sun Pu. Deputy Prefect Zhao will attempt to detain Sun Meng and his cohorts in An's province, and if Sun Meng insists on seeing me, you'll inform him that I'm indisposed. Qiao Xian listened in silence, though she absorbed little of his words, and truthfully, she didn't want to. They held little significance for her. All she grasped was that Shao Yunduan was heading to the provincial city. Given the circumstances, the trip was unavoidable. Qiao Xian's mind felt hollow, a tinge of panic and confusion creeping in. I can't just let you go alone. Can I? Then I'll accompany you. Deputy Prefect Jia can handle Sun Meng. Let's leave early and return promptly. It'll only be a few days. Deputy Prefect Jia is more than capable. Wife, Shao Yunduan interjected, placing his hands on her shoulders and meeting her gaze. Deputy Prefect Jia won't suffice. Sun Meng is obstinate. He wouldn't dare lay a hand on the prefect's wife, but he won't hesitate with the deputy prefect. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know your report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 21:15, Worry. Besides, how could I take you along? Shao Yunduan countered. How could he subject her to such peril? But, I give you my word, they'll return unharmed. The presence of the Northwest Army, along with Qi, remains unknown to them. I can leverage that uncertainty to deter any rash actions. If he couldn't afford to take risks, he'd naturally be cautious, thus disinclined to harm him. Shao Yunduan smiled reassuringly. Yi is highly skilled in martial arts, and Zheng Sang is seasoned. Do you still doubt my safety? Of course, she fretted. But Qiao Xian couldn't voice her concerns, fearing Shao Yunduan would balk at the risk. And Ainan. Shao Yunduan's tone softened even further. Stay here with Ainan, all right? We wouldn't rest easy if someone else looked after him. Qiao Xian parted her lips, but no words emerged. Then, take care. Your life outweighs everything else. Only by staying alive can we overcome any obstacle. As long as he drew breath, there was hope. If need be, she'd fight her way through to save him. With action, all things were possible. Shao Yunduan couldn't help but chuckle, touched by her concern. It won't come to that, my dear. The Sun family isn't that foolish. What purpose would killing him serve? What could they possibly gain? If they dared harm him, she wouldn't rest until justice was served. And he wouldn't provoke them needlessly. He was confident he'd return unscathed. After much cajoling and reassurance, Shao Yunduan finally managed to soothe Qiao Xian's nerves. Initially overwhelmed by the news of his impending journey, Qiao Xian had been at a loss. Now, however, she felt a semblance of calm, finding solace in his words. Given our early departure tomorrow, let's retire for the night. Shao Yunduan breathed a sigh of relief, nodding with a smile. Agreed. As they prepared to retire, Shao Yunduan moved to embrace her, leaning in for a kiss. He had something else in mind. Yet, before their lips could meet, a knock sounded at the door. Lord, Madam, Constable Hang is here. He claims it's urgent. Hang Xingshan, along with Sun Bai, Sun Qian, and others, had been actively involved in city patrols and defense. His unexpected visit at this hour likely bore significance to their current predicament. Unless it was a matter of murder, it was unusual for them to seek him out at such a late hour. It had to be related to Sun Meng and his entourage. With urgency pressing, Shao Yunduan swiftly departed, leaving Qiao Xian behind. Yet, Qiao Xian was undeterred. Retrieving one of Shao Yunduan's robes from the wardrobe, she donned it and tied up her hair, declaring without raising her gaze, "I'm coming with you." Knowing her resolve was unyielding, Shao Yunduan simply took her hand. Let's go. As they stepped out, Hang Xingshan, neck craned anxiously, called out, Lord. Indeed, trouble brewed, and the instigator was none other than Sun Meng himself. Shao Yunduan sighed, his head pounding. Well, discuss en route. Boarding the carriage, the coachman hastened toward the site of the disturbance. Yi accompanied them, leading over 20 elite guards on horseback. In less than 10 minutes, they reached the scene. Even before alighting from the carriage, Shao Yunduan and Qiao Xian heard Sun Meng's furious shouts, a woman's irate complaints, a girl's sobs, and the murmurs of the crowd. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 21:16, Accident. Exchanging a glance, they both felt a twinge of vexation. Incidents of this nature were the most troublesome and delicate to navigate. A misstep could irreparably tarnish the girl's reputation, effectively ruining her prospects for life. Though they harbored no fondness for the girl, they didn't wish for her to suffer such a fate. During the journey, Hang Xingshan had provided a brief overview of the situation. Tonight's events were quite coincidental. Fan Ruyan had taken her daughter, by Ruirui, to visit relatives and only returned after dinner. En route home, they passed by Jinxiang restaurant. Bai Ruirui, seized by a sudden craving, expressed a desire to purchase their signature crisps. Upon alighting from the carriage with a maid in tow, she unexpectedly collided with Sun Meng and his companions, who were exiting the establishment after indulging in a few drinks. Bai Ruirui was blessed with natural beauty. In pursuit of a prosperous future, she diligently honed her etiquette, studied the arts, and refined her talents in music and dance. Her efforts had borne fruit, enhancing her allure and sophistication. With every gesture, expression, and smile, she exuded a captivating charm, radiant, enchanting, and resplendent. At first sight, Sun Meng was captivated. His eyes widened, his mouth went dry, and his heart surged with desire. In the past, Sun Meng, born into servitude, wouldn't have dared to entertain the notion of courting a wealthy young lady from a prestigious family like Bai Ruirui. But times had changed. The Sun Meng of today was a rising star with a promising future. His current wife hailed from a renowned affluent family in Xiangyang. His 3 concubines were daughters of landowners or merchants, a reality he couldn't have fathomed before. And he wasn't alone. The family's guards, distinguished by their prowess in fierce competition and earning the trust and favor of their masters, were similarly situated. In comparison to the past, these were days of glory and pride. Sun Meng's interest in Bai Ruirui implied his interest in her as well. Confident in his means, he believed he could afford her affections. In a remote and impoverished region like An's province, being favored by someone like Sun Meng was considered a stroke of good fortune. Their family would undoubtedly rejoice. Having imbibed a few glasses, Sun Meng was slightly intoxicated. His companions, eager to curry favor, chuckled and cheered him on. Sun Meng couldn't afford to lose face either. With boisterous laughter, he led his entourage forward to intercept Bai Ruirui. Bai Ruirui was taken aback. Confronted by the throng, she instinctively recoiled. A look of disdain etched across her features. She scolded, "Who are you? How dare you? Move aside." Her maidservant, quick to intervene, stepped forward. "Our miss is the beloved granddaughter of old Lady Fan. Are you unaware of the Fan family standing in An's prefecture city? Depart at once." Though the Fan family's prestige had waned, they still held considerable sway. While they may not have commanded the same reverence and envy as before, their names still carried weight. Sun Meng's companions laughed and bantered, dismissing the significance of the Fan family status. What Fan family? They scoffed. Even if they acknowledged it, what difference would it make? Would they cower in fear? Would they show deference? "Miss Fan, isn't it fortunate that our general has taken an interest in you?" they quipped, their laughter echoing. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 21:17, Taken a fancy, that's the spirit. Some people would kill for such luck. "Miss Fan, don't get ahead of yourself. Know who our general is? Spare us your nonsense." Sun Meng allowed his companions to chatter noisily, his gaze fixed on Bai Ruirui with a grin. The more he observed her, the more enamored he became. Pleased with himself, he straightened his posture, exuding an air of self-satisfaction. Now that she knew his status, she should behave accordingly, shouldn't she? But why would Bai Ruirui show any interest in him? What kind of general was he, anyway? How had she not heard of a general in An's prefecture city before? And even if he was a general, he couldn't hold a candle to Lord Shao. Not only was he lecherous and repulsive, but he also lacked any semblance of charisma. In Bai Ruirui's heart, there was only room for Lord Shao. Bai Ruirui, consumed by humiliation, erupted in fury. "I don't care who you are. Get out of my way." Sun Meng's demeanor shifted subtly. Instead of adoration, admiration, or coy glances, he was met with disdain and revulsion. A cold shower doused his fiery ardor. Despite his fondness for Bai Ruirui, Sun Meng couldn't shake off his discontent. It had been ages since he felt so thoroughly embarrassed. His companions, momentarily stunned, soon mirrored his outrage, their disbelief giving way to fury. "It seems you prefer the hard way. What's this nonsense? You think you're too good for us? Our general liking you is a blessing, not a curse. Yeah, you're clueless. The girl's got no sense. There'll come a day when you'll beg our general for mercy." The ruckus, though under the cover of darkness, drew a crowd of curious onlookers. Upon receiving word of the commotion, Fan Rian descended from her carriage, shielding Bai Ruirui as she confronted Sun Meng's companions. Sun Meng's expression darkened, a mixture of embarrassment and anger swirling within him. His companions were accustomed to being brash and unreasonable, they weren't about to back down. The two sides engaged in a heated exchange, their quarrel echoing amidst the crowd. Meanwhile, the spectators added to the cacophony with their incessant chatter. By chance, Hang Xingshan was on patrol nearby. Startled by the commotion, he quickly rallied his men and approached to investigate. Before he could approach, Hang Xingshan spotted Sun Meng. Recognizing him, Hang Xingshan hastily veered away, inwardly groaning. Confronting Sun Meng would only lead to trouble. Engaging in conflict with him was ill-advised. It wasn't his place to intervene directly. Instead, he instructed his assistant to mobilize reinforcements and promptly seek the Lord's intervention. Upon hearing Hang Xingshan's account, Xiao Yunduan and Xiao Xian grasped the gist of the situation. Both were rendered speechless. How could it involve Fan Ruyan and Bai Ruirui? The Fan family had been particularly averse to entanglements of any kind. In Xiao Xian's absence 2 years prior, Bai Ruirui had relentlessly pursued Xiao Yunduan, much to Xiao Xian's chagrin upon her return. The thought of Bai Ruirui persistently pursuing her husband left Xiao Xian feeling frustrated. If Bai Ruirui hadn't relented, Xiao Xian would have been inclined to teach her a memorable lesson. Feeling somewhat helpless, Xiao Xian couldn't shake the annoyance. Even if she were to become a concubine, there would still be countless others vying for her husband's attention. It was truly exasperating. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 21:18, Lord Shao is here. Xiao Yunduan's irritation only deepened. As a representative of his parents, he was obligated to maintain decorum and not be overly petty. Yet, he harbored a fear that any mishap would ultimately be pinned on him, especially since he had publicly reprimanded Bai Ruirui out of frustration. He hadn't anticipated being drawn back into the orbit of this mother and daughter after such a long time. However, given the involvement of Sun Meng, intervention was now necessary. Thankfully, his wife had insisted on accompanying him tonight, a decision that proved prescient. With his wife by his side, navigating this situation became significantly more manageable. Make way. Lord Shao is present. What's the commotion? Hang Xingshan's voice cut through the din, prompting Xiao Yunduan and Xiao Xian to step forward. The crowd buzzed with anticipation. Fan Ruyan and Bai Ruirui ceased their bickering, all eyes turning towards Xiao Yunduan. Lord Shao has arrived. Thank goodness for Lord Shao's presence. Everything will be resolved now. Yes, Lord Shao will ensure justice is served. I hate to say it, but these individuals are utterly brazen. Who does that supposed general think he is, exactly? He's no match for Lord Shao. The chatter among the commoners was anything but discreet. Fragments of their conversation reached Sun Meng and the others, fueling their indignation. Sun Meng, in particular, seethed with fury. He mentally noted Xiao Yunduan's behavior and regarded him with hostility and disdain. This sly official was adept at currying favor with the people. Clearly, he had ulterior motives. But so what? No matter his ambitions, he would ultimately kneel before the emperor's authority. A prefect's lord was as insignificant as a minnow before the emperor's true dragon. Was he supposed to cower before him? Sun Meng vowed to witness his downfall firsthand. It also exposed the true character of their prefect to the simple folk of An's province. Sun Meng's anger and envy surged when he noticed Bai Ruirui's bashfulness upon encountering Xiao Yunduan. The moment Bai Ruirui laid eyes on Xiao Yunduan, she found herself unable to look away, her heart racing. Lord Shao appeared even more refined and noble than before. Truly befitting of someone destined for great fortune, having been separated from Lord Shao for so long, she longed for him every day. She had transformed completely since they last met. Surely Lord Shao would notice her change and be impressed, wouldn't he? All her efforts were for him. Fan Ruyan's eyes sparkled with anticipation too. Lord Shao, we beseech you. You must ensure justice prevails. Where did these scoundrels come from? How dare they defile An's province under your governance? How dare they? Greetings, Lord. We await your decision, the mother and daughter chimed, rushing forward to bow before Xiao Yunduan, their admiration evident. Xiao Xian couldn't help but shoot them a sidelong glance, her brow furrowing slightly. There was something off about the way the mother and daughter were behaving towards her husband. Sun Meng's jealousy flared hotter than ever, fueled by resentment. Adding fuel to the fire, he muttered under his breath, crossing his arms and casting a disdainful glance at Xiao Yunduan. With a sneer, he spoke up, "Ah, how fortunate we are to have you here. I seem to have inadvertently offended this lady earlier, and I am prepared to accept the consequences. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 21:19, Threat, I refuse to let my daughter suffer. Why not let you be the matchmaker? I demand to marry her. Lord Shao, arrange it in grand style. You're spewing nonsense. I never laid a hand on you. I'm innocent. You're despicable. You're tarnishing my daughter's honor. But Lord Shao won't be fooled by your lies. If he were like you, even street thugs could defile virtuous women. What kind of general are you? Just a lecher. The commoners nodded in agreement upon hearing this, especially those with daughters of their own. It was easy for them to empathize and condemn Sun Meng. Furious, Sun Meng wondered why this tactic wasn't working in An's province. Were none of these people decent? Unbeknownst to him, his crude manner of speaking only served to disgust those around him. How could he not repulse others when he openly slandered the girl as shameless? Additionally, Fan Ruyan and her daughter refrained from retaliating out of fear. Had it been someone with a shorter fuse, they might have been physically assaulted long ago. Sun Meng fixed Shao Yunduan with a cold stare, his lips curling into a sneer. Lord Shao, what's your decision? Think carefully, you can have it all. Shao Yunduan felt a surge of disgust. If half of the second prince's men were like Sun Meng, he'd find it impossible to maintain his composure. Yet, here was this nuisance before him. In all matters, reason must prevail. Perhaps you've had a bit too much to drink, leading to a misunderstanding. It's best you retire for the evening and clear your head, Shao Yunduan advised. In the past, Shao Yunduan wouldn't have afforded Sun Meng such leniency. He would have made him face the consequences of his actions. But now, he sought to avoid further conflict. Yet, Sun Meng showed no signs of gratitude or remorse. Instead, he bristled with aggression. Me, confused? Ha! It seems you're the one feigning ignorance. There's no misunderstanding here. I'm taking this Miss Fan. By Ruirui seethed with anger. Who do you think you are? Your authority doesn't reign supreme in An's province. Lord Shao, you're a just and honorable official. You must defend me. I am innocent, Fan Ruyan shared her daughter's fury. She laid a comforting hand on her shoulder and spoke soothingly. Fear not. Lord Shao is a paragon of fairness and integrity. He cherishes the people like his own kin. He won't allow any wrongdoing to persist in An's province. Lord Shao will surely vindicate us. Sun Meng's envy blazed like fire in his eyes. He shot Shao Yunduan a venomous glare, wishing to rend him to pieces. Shao Yunduan was at a loss for words. What was the dynamic between the mother and daughter? Their interjections were unnecessary. Hadn't he been attempting to resolve the situation? Weren't their words tantamount to publicly ridiculing Sun Meng? Could he tolerate such humiliation? It seemed they lacked discernment entirely. Sun Meng had declared himself a general. Had they not heard him? If Sun Meng didn't have a special status, why bother showing up in person? If such incidents were commonplace, the patrolling bailiffs would have swiftly escorted him back to the government office for a lesson. His personal appearance indicated Sun Meng was no ordinary individual. The mother and daughter ought to have remained silent and entrusted the matter entirely to him. Their actions only exacerbated the situation. Enough. Shao Yunduan's expression darkened as he addressed Sun Meng. General Sun, it's growing late. Why don't we retire for now and discuss this matter at a later time? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 21:20, Responsible Sun Meng, however, was adamant about reclaiming his dignity. This is a trivial matter. Why should we delay discussing it? You're the prefect. Shouldn't you handle such minor issues? Or do you believe I'm at fault? Ha! What's the matter? I'm volunteering to take responsibility for Miss Fan. It's quite straightforward. Bai Ruirui couldn't contain her fury. I have no association with you. Who asked you to shoulder any responsibility? What general? You're nothing but a lecher trying to snatch away a commoner's woman. You're a brute. Sun Meng smirked. I see Miss is easily offended. For some inexplicable reason, the more defiant and fiery Bai Ruirui became, the more Sun Meng found himself drawn to her. It was thrilling to tame her spirit. Shao Yunduan intervened before Bai Ruirui and Fan Ruyan could continue their retorts. With a firm tone, he said, "It's getting late. You may depart first. As luck would have it, I have an important matter to discuss with General Sunday. General Sun, please proceed. We can address the remainder of this tomorrow." Wait. Sun Meng commanded his men to halt Fan Ruyan and Bai Ruirui from departing. Instead, he turned his attention to mocking Shao Yunduan. You don't appear fit for the role of prefect. How can you be so indecisive in handling such a trivial matter? Tomorrow? I couldn't care less. I'll take your silence as consent. Ah, you're a reasonable man. Despite being a general, I can't stand idly by while Miss' reputation is tarnished, wouldn't you agree? Ha ha ha. Sun Meng's cohorts, naturally aligned with him, joined in the mockery. Absolutely, the general speaks the truth. The general's compassion knows no bounds. This Miss Fan is incredibly fortunate. One of them addressed Fan Ruyan and her daughter with a loud voice. Do you know who our general is? He hails from the Sun family, esteemed renters to the emperor. He's more than worthy of your miss. Sun Meng puffed up his chest proudly, sporting a smug grin. He anticipated the revelation of his identity, expecting the commoners around to gaze upon him with reverence. He awaited the moment when the young lady and her daughter from the Fan family would eagerly seek his favor. The mantra of their family guards echoed, "Heroes rise from humble origins." It was their source of pride and an accurate depiction of their journey. They were no longer the same as before. To his surprise, Fan Ruyan's retort was cutting. Sun family? Never heard of them. The emperor? Which emperor are you referring to? The bystanders erupted in mocking laughter. The emperor, regarded as the progeny of the true dragon, had once commanded unquestioned respect and obedience from the masses. But times had changed. With the passing of the previous emperor, the three princes each staked their claim to the throne, heralding an era of uncertainty. Some proclaimed themselves as the legitimate heir, the true dragon's chosen, while branding the others as impostors. The commoners' perceptions were shattered, their worldview fractured. It was a revelation that multiple claimants to the throne could exist within a single realm. The concept of the emperor being the sole ruler was shattered. Even the princes of the Tian family, in their quest for dominion, resembled nothing more than the sons of landlords squabbling over territory. The once mighty emperor, the royal lineage, and the imperial authority had lost their absolute sway over the common populace. Fan Ruyan's inquiry, though rooted in truth, elicited laughter from the crowd. Shao Yunduan sensed impending trouble the moment their laughter erupted, yet he couldn't intervene in time. He winced in agony, closing his eyes. What madness was this? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 21-21, Are you trying to revolt? The Fan clan must have dispatched Fan Ruyan to undermine him, Shao Yunduan speculated. It seemed inevitable. As anticipated, the citizens' laughter rendered Sun Meng and his cohorts visibly incensed. They seethed with anger and humiliation. Shao Yunduan, are you plotting treason? Sun Meng's tone was biting, his subordinates shooting daggers at Shao Yunduan. Had they not been in An's province, Shao Yunduan had no doubt they would have attacked him outright. Shao Yunduan composed himself, his voice steady. General Sun, what baseless accusations are these? Why stoop to quarreling with an ignorant woman? Sun Meng sneered. You've always been cunning. I won't trust a single word from you. Proving your innocence should be simple, but this woman has insulted the emperor. I'll apprehend them. And these fools dare mock the emperor. How disrespectful. Do I need to spell out your duties, Lord Shao? Are your officers merely for show? Fan Ruyan and her daughter were stunned, as were the bystanders. Though not all agreed with Sun Meng's assertions, they recognized that this sudden general wielded some influence. Otherwise, Shao Yunduan wouldn't tolerate his impertinence. Seeing Sun Meng's fierce demeanor, she was further taken aback. The first rule of enjoying a spectacle was ensuring one's safety. It wouldn't be worth it if it brought about disaster. The timid spectators hastened to depart in fear, prompting others to follow suit. What are you waiting for? Seize them all. Sun Meng commanded the bailiffs. Yet, the officers remained motionless, casting helpless glances at Shao Yunduan. Sun Meng's fury escalated. He pointed accusingly at Shao Yunduan, his lips curling in a sneer. Very well, Lord Shao seeks to rebel. Attack. With a resounding roar, Sun Meng lunged at Shao Yunduan. While his brethren may have engaged in many unreasonable acts, in this chaotic world, especially for those versed in martial arts, achieving renown required a certain level of skill. Sun Meng had fought his way up from among the ranks of mere attendants to become a trusted and esteemed protector of his master. Naturally, he possessed some prowess. He was well aware, however, that relying solely on himself wouldn't suffice. He needed to ensure all his brethren were equally formidable. Naturally, Sun Meng's chosen and recruited subordinates couldn't all be ineffectual. When the time for combat arrived, they proved quite formidable. Hang Xingshan and Adu were present, along with a group of rigorously trained bailiffs. How could they allow Sun Meng to prevail? Shao Yunduan even managed to pull Qiao Xian close to protect her. Hang Xingshan and Adu shouted, "Protect the Lord," and engaged Sun Meng and his cohorts in combat. The streets descended into chaos. People screamed and scattered in all directions. Amidst the mayhem, clashes erupted, pushing, hitting, stumbling, and falling, creating a scene of pandemonium. Upon exchanging blows, the expressions of Sun Meng and his followers shifted, tinged with a hint of panic. Hang Xingshan, Adu, and their allies proved overpowering. These bailiffs were skilled combatants, far more fierce and potent than Sun Meng and his associates had anticipated. It was a stark contrast to the bailiffs they encountered elsewhere. This served as damning evidence. Shao Yunduan's ambitions were laid bare. The government office wouldn't harbor such a formidable officer if he didn't have aspirations beyond mere governance. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know your report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 21-22, by Ruirui's foolish words. Sun Meng cursed himself inwardly. He had been too reckless. Fury and regret churned within him. Why had he blurted out his thoughts? Why had he resorted to violence? Yet, he couldn't entirely fault himself. In any other circumstance, he would have caught the dogged official off guard, ensuring no mishaps. But now, he had faltered. Sun Meng seethed with anger, humiliation, and a hint of fear. He was swiftly sent hurtling through the air by Hang Xingshan, crashing to the ground with a pained cry. His subordinates fared no better, scattered and writhing on the ground, their cries echoing in agony. Clutching his chest, Sun Meng spat out a mouthful of blood before laboriously rising to his feet. Gritting his teeth, he growled, "Shao Yunduan, dare you aspire to seize control of the Qin Empire? Are you not afraid of death? Lay a hand on us, and General Sun will hunt you down. Even the Emperor won't spare you." Bai Ruirui and Fan Ruyan's eyes gleamed with excitement, their hearts racing. Bai Ruirui was so exhilarated she nearly shouted aloud. What time was there to wait? I'll tell you this, didn't the Qin dynasty overthrow the previous dynasty and seize power? If the Qin dynasty could do it, so can anyone else. Our Lord Shao is as formidable as any other. Why, enough. Shao Yunduan and Sun Meng barked simultaneously. Since Sun Meng's arrival in An's province, he had been Shao Yunduan's antithesis in every aspect. It was rare for them to exhibit such synchrony. Even Xiao Xian found herself irritated, let alone Shao Yunduan. She harbored a strong urge to administer a thorough thrashing to the mother and daughter from the Fan family. Had he known they were this troublesome, Shao Yunduan would have been indifferent to their fate. Letting Sun Meng take them would have been preferable. In the end, their late-night rescue mission had been manipulated by them. Sun Meng glared at Shao Yunduan, a contemptuous smirk playing across his lips. Shao Yunduan had no inclination to offer explanations. He knew the situation was too convoluted for his name to be cleared. Constable Hang, apprehend everyone and escort them away. Yes, my lord. How dare you, Shao Yunduan? Sun Meng exclaimed, taken aback. Ignoring Sun Meng's protests, Shao Yunduan departed with Xiao Xian, trailed by Ai. Both of you, instruct Sun Bai and the others to seal off the inn. None of them are to escape. Understood. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Sun Meng attempted to flee, but Hang Xingshan intercepted him. Effortlessly overpowering Sun Meng, he handed him over to his subordinates. Bind him and gag him. Sun Meng's lackeys stood dumbfounded, their survival instincts urging them to flee. Yet, escape was futile. There were only a dozen of them, so Hang Xingshan was able to do it easily. He didn't even need to ask for help. After securing, binding, and gagging the captured individuals, the street lay deserted. The onlookers had scattered, and this portion of the street was now cordoned off, strictly off-limits to outsiders. Only Fan Ruyan, by Ruirui, and the other servants remained, their earlier fright rendering them motionless. Hang Xingshan and his team, preoccupied with apprehending suspects, paid them little heed. Now that the culprits were in custody, their presence posed a quandary. This mother-daughter duo had deceived their lord. Whether it was intentional or not remained unclear. You lot may depart as well, Hang Xingshan stated icily. Keep silent about tonight's events, not even a whisper to your own kin. Breach this command, and you'll face dire consequences. Understood? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 21-23, Mother and Daughter are proud, im leaving. Fan Ruirui hastily embraced by Ruirui, unfazed by the presence of a mere constable. Despite the decline of the Fan family, once among the three great families, they still held considerable wealth. Hang Xingshan, an aging constable in An's Prefecture city, had always been a fixture. Fan Ruyan had never taken him seriously in the past, so she felt no fear of him now. Moreover, Lord Shao's silence upon departure suggested their words had resonated with him. This implied his satisfaction with them. The reunion of her Ruirui and Lord Shao seemed destined. Fan Ruyan departed happily with Bai Ruirui. Back at their residence, after dismissing the servants, the mother and daughter exchanged smiles, excitement lighting up their eyes once more. Don't worry, my dear. Lord Shao will remember you. How could he forget a woman who has caught his eye? You'll hold a special place in his heart from now on. No one can rival you. Bai Ruirui blushed, feeling a mix of pride and excitement. Truly. Will Lord really remember me this time? Absolutely. Fan Ruyan reassured with a smile. Otherwise, wouldn't Lord have just handed us over to that incompetent general? But instead, he chose to stand by us, Mom. Bai Ruirui turned around, her shyness deepening, eliciting a giggle from Fan Ruyan. Over 2 years ago, Bai Ruirui had been gripped by a high fever. In her delirium, she experienced a surreal and lengthy dream. That dream seemed to foreshadow the future, leaving her waking with a heart trembling with fear. For in her dream, the Prefect Lord had ascended to rule the realm. At that time, the late Emperor still reigned, alongside the Crown Prince. Such a dream was too outlandish, too unbelievable. Initially, Bai Ruirui dismissed it as mere fantasy. Yet, the dream was eerily vivid, and subsequent events seemed to align with its predictions. Unable to ignore the unsettling coincidences, she began to take it more seriously. Her frustration lay in the dream's illogical and fragmented nature. Many details were hazy, lost in the fog of waking. How could the Prefect Lord, a mere local official, suddenly seize control of the entire realm? The Qin dynasty boasted numerous princes and royal kin. It seemed inconceivable for the Prefect Lord to ascend. An idea sparked within her. Could it be that the Prefect Lord was, in fact, a hidden prince of the Emperor's lineage? That was the only plausible explanation. Ruirui felt a surge of elation. If her dream truly foretold the Prefect Lord's rise to Emperor, would it not be a monumental missed opportunity if she did not act now? She held firm to the belief that such a vivid dream bestowed upon her by the heavens held significance. There had to be a purpose behind it. This, undoubtedly, was a divine blessing. It was evident that fortune favored her. Even if, by chance, the Prefect Lord did not ascend to such grand heights in the future, his talents ensured a bright path ahead. And he was undeniably handsome. Marrying him would be no loss. The more Ruirui pondered, the more enticed she became. She was aware of the deep love between the Prefect Lord and his wife. This woman was not to be underestimated. Ruirui dared not entertain the notion of supplanting her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 21-24. Dream. She earnestly hoped that the Prefect's wife would perceive her goodwill and warmth, and perhaps even embrace her. Later, when the Prefect's wife returned to her hometown with the child, Ruirui couldn't suppress her desire to seize the opportunity. She began scheming ways to ingratiate herself with the Prefect Lord. Though torn by internal conflict, she ultimately succumbed to temptation. Ruirui believed that with the Fan family's status in An's province, her own background, and her charms, her admiration for Lord Shao was unmistakable. How could he, a man of flesh and blood, resist her? Little did she anticipate the bitter outcome that awaited her. Despite Lord Shao's rebuke and rejection, Ruirui harbored no resentment. On the contrary, her admiration for him deepened. In that moment of reflection, she realized the true essence of Lord Shao's character. His exceptional fortune was no coincidence. He was indeed extraordinary among men. From then on, she silently and obediently dedicated herself to self-improvement. Only now did she gradually re-emerge into the public eye. By chance, she crossed paths with Lord Shao once more, and to her surprise, he seemed to be on her side. True to her expectations, Lord Shao noticed the change in her demeanor. Meanwhile, Shao Yunduan and Xiao Xian returned home, their expressions grave. Along the way, they instructed the bailiffs to summon Jia Hemming, several key scribes, Zheng Sang, and others. They also requested Sun Bai and Sun Xian to join them after resolving matters at the inn. Inside the carriage, Shao Yunduan appeared deeply contemplative, while Xiao Xian's expression betrayed a mix of emotions. They had been deceived thoroughly by that mother-daughter duo. Indeed, the pair were cunning deceivers. Upon Shao Yunduan and Xiao Xian's arrival at the state office, everyone else was already assembled, including Sun Bai and Sun Xian. As the couple entered, the room fell silent, and all rose to greet them. Lord. Madam. It was evident that Lord Shao had summoned them for a matter of utmost importance this late at night. Considering the presence of the Sun family and the prevailing uncertainty in An's province, apprehension gripped everyone present. Upon receiving the news, they hurried to the scene. Observing the somber expressions of Lord Shao and Madame Shao, a sense of foreboding settled over everyone. Please, take a seat, instructed Shao Yunduan and Xiao Xian, seating themselves at the head of the table. Casting a glance around the room, they sighed heavily. Prepare yourselves for some unsettling news. Shao Yunduan signaled to Ai, who proceeded to recount the events of the evening on the street. Though some details, like Fan Ruyan and her mother's cryptic remarks and Sun Meng's encroaching group, were hazy, what remained was enough to shock all present. How could this happen? It's utterly preposterous. If only we had known, Lord. What a regret. Indeed, the antics of the Fan clan never ceased to amaze. Amidst their indignation, complaints still surfaced. However, as the discussion veered towards the confrontation and ensuing conflict, a bewildered silence enveloped the room. Yunduan massaged his temples, a wry smile tugging at his lips. This is the situation. Now, it falls upon us to devise a plan of action. Any suggestions? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know it report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 21-25. Shao Yunduan has nothing to say. A sense of helplessness pervaded the room as they exchanged glances. How could they conjure any solutions? The road ahead was obstructed by the cunning maneuvers of the fan mother and daughter. With this path leading inevitably to a dead end, there seemed to be no alternative. While other predicaments might offer room for reversal, the specter of rebellion loomed as an irrevocable verdict. No monarch could brook such insubordination. Even the most lenient ruler would sooner execute the offenders than let them slip through their grasp. Following Fan Ruirui and her daughter's brazen actions, son Meng's public interrogation, and the ensuing altercation, Shao Yunduan found himself at a loss for words. No one would entertain notions of innocence. No one would chalk it up to mere misunderstanding. Son Meng, especially, with his singular focus, would undoubtedly stoke the flames of accusation upon his return. Yet, to prevent his return would entail resorting to extreme measures, measures unthinkable, even in the heat of the moment. Moreover, could General Sun, stationed in the provincial city, overlook such a grievance? No rationale, no matter how cunningly contrived, could absolve them of this debacle. Especially to someone already predisposed against them, convincing the other party of innocence seemed a futile endeavor. It was widely acknowledged that An's province stood united. Lord Shao wasn't the sole victim of the fan mother and daughter's deception, they were all ensnared in their web of deceit. Amidst exchanged glances and hushed conversations, simmering resentment bubbled to the surface. The arrival of General Sun and his ilk only served to solidify their suspicions. If he behaved thus, what of his master? Wasn't his master's master cut from the same cloth? Lord! We refuse to endure such humiliation any longer. Why not, rebel? Jia Hemming's hand slammed against the table, his tone dripping with disdain. I can't tolerate this son any longer. Prefect Lu must hold a grudge against us for failing to exploit him in the past. With him in the picture, we stand to gain nothing. He's petty beyond belief. Since he's thrust the accusation of rebellion upon us, perhaps it's our destiny. In times of chaos, why not take a gamble? As men, we ought to strive for greatness and leave our mark. Our An's province boasts wealth, resources, and manpower. Why should we suffer needlessly? And let's not forget General Shao in the northwest. The leverage at your disposal rivals that of any prince. If all else fails, we can simply retreat into the depths of the mountains. Those rugged bandits, ignorant of civilization, can carve out their own kingdoms atop those peaks. Why can't we? With those words, a miraculous calm descended upon the previously agitated assembly. Their eyes met, each echoing the same sentiment. Indeed, forget everything else, what he proposed held merit. An's province was cradled by vast forests spanning thousands of miles. The mountainous terrain offered labyrinthine hideouts, even 1,000-strong force would vanish amidst the foliage. This served as a ready-made escape plan. Why not take the risk? They all recognized Lord Shao's prowess. Following him seemed wiser than siding with the second prince. After all, the Sun family favored Prefect Lu. The dispatch of Constable Li spoke volumes about his intentions and their precarious position in his hands. Under his rule, misfortune awaited them sooner or later. In times of turmoil, courage flourished, and no thought seemed too audacious. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know it report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 21-26. Something big happening. A murmuring fervor swept through the assembly, each whispered word stoking the flames of indignation. The more they spoke, the more impassioned they became. Deputy Prefect Jia speaks the truth. Why should we endure this suffering any longer? No matter what, the outcome couldn't be worse than our current plight. Yes, I pledge my allegiance to you, Lord Shao. As men, it's our duty to fight for what's right. Lord, we implore you to act. Indecision will only spell trouble for us. Yes, Lord. Qiao Xian felt as though she were in a dream. Had she truly heard what she thought she had? How could this be happening? Not only was she witnessing the chaos of the world, but now there was talk of joining a rebellion? She dreaded to think of the consequences. Shao Yunduan, though inwardly sighing, was not entirely surprised. Ever since learning of the second prince's covert dealings with the Sun family in Huaixi province, he harbored a sense of foreboding. He sensed that something momentous was brewing. Shao Yunduan understood that matters were destined to worsen as Prefect Lu placed undue trust in the Sun family, evidenced by Sun Pu's unwavering support of the Prefect. Upon realizing that Sun Pu hadn't personally intervened but had instead dispatched a subordinate and even sent Constable Li, who harbored animosity towards the An's province state office, Shao Yunduan understood that this matter would not easily be resolved. Sun Pu's indirect involvement undoubtedly reflected the Sun family's stance, which in turn aligned with the second prince's intentions. It was apparent that the second prince harbored lingering animosity, refusing to let go of past grievances. Shao Yunduan regretted nothing. He had chosen to support the crown prince, and he stood by his decision. It was only natural for him to offer counsel to his chosen master. Having never stooped to underhanded tactics against rival princes, Shao Yunduan remained steadfast in his integrity. Inwardly, Shao Yunduan could only sigh. Times of chaos were unpredictable, and the future remained uncertain. The vast expanse of the Central Plains provided ample arena for the three contenders to vie for supremacy. Why, then, did they feel compelled to meddle in the affairs of a remote province like Huaixi? It was surprising that amidst the second prince's personal engagement in combat against the fourth prince in the Hunan region, he still found time to stir up trouble elsewhere. This turn of events caught Shao Yunduan completely off guard. Knowing Prefect Liu's disposition as a timid individual lacking in courage, Shao Yunduan doubted he would entertain thoughts of rebellion. So long as external provocations were absent, Huaixi province would remain a passive observer, yielding allegiance to whomever ultimately seized control of the realm. At that point, Shao Yunduan could retire peacefully. Yet, to his dismay, the second prince refused to relinquish control even over such a remote outpost. Despite being engrossed in a bid for domination, he failed to manage his conquests efficiently, fixating on a distant territory. Left with no alternative, Shao Yunduan acknowledged the inevitability of the situation. Thankfully, Constable Li's injury upon arrival rendered him incapacitated, preventing him from causing further disturbances. Otherwise, the word rebellion would have surely escaped his lips long ago. Sun Meng's demeanor and utterance of the word rebellion now made perfect sense. In his mind, Shao Yunduan had already been branded as a rebel. Given Sun Meng's entrenched bias, no amount of explanation would suffice. Left with no recourse, Shao Yunduan had no option but to confront the situation head-on, fully committing to whatever course of action lay ahead. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know your report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 21-27, Lord is right. Shao Yunduan had reached a decisive conclusion. Silencing the murmurs, he addressed the gathering with a reassuring smile. Friends, there's been a misunderstanding. We are loyal subjects of the great Qin Empire. Rebellion is not in our nature. However, circumstances have compelled us to defend ourselves against injustice. We fight not to overthrow, but to safeguard our rights and lives. We seek justice. We defend ourselves. This is not rebellion, but a rightful resistance. His words left the assembly momentarily stunned, before a chorus of agreements filled the air. Yes, you're absolutely right. We must resist to protect ourselves. Indeed, we've been wronged. If we don't resist, we'll be trampled upon. Who will advocate for us? We're compelled into this. The discussion continued fervently, with scarcely a soul finding sleep that night. As dawn approached, they reluctantly dispersed, knowing that tomorrow held countless tasks demanding their attention. Manpower and public opinion were essential commodities they couldn't afford to overlook. Walking back slowly, Xiao Yunduan grasped Xiao Xian's hand firmly, enveloped in the tranquility of the early morning hours. As the night sky gradually darkened, the half-moon descended in the west, its pale glow fading. Meanwhile, the eastern horizon hinted at the impending dawn with a faint greenish-white hue. Xiao Xian glanced at Xiao Yunduan, who returned her gaze with a smile. "I've dragged you into this mess," he admitted. But Xiao Xian shook her head, warmth swelling in her chest. "I'm not naive. This is the only path open to us now." Even if Xiao Yunduan were inclined to yield, the second prince, the Sun family, Prefect Lu, and Constable Li would not release their hold on him. Furthermore, conceding bit by bit was untenable. Even the provisions meant for the Northwest Army alone couldn't be surrendered to the second prince and the Sun family. Lives were at stake, those of the soldiers and the people along the northwest border. With each smile, a newfound resolve kindled within her. Her eyes sparkled with determination as she spoke. "Husband, do what you must. I won't hold you back." Xiao Yunduan chuckled and drew her close. "I'll fight for a piece of land for you." Xiao Xian grinned. "Just for me. Just for you." Okay, their eyes met, and they shared a smile before leaning in for a kiss. The following day, An's Prefecture city braced for an eventful day. Xiao Yunduan and Xiao Xian anticipated a period of chaos, expecting many civilians and family clans to flee in secret. Yet, to their surprise, within just 2 days, the situation stabilized. Xiao Yunduan's esteemed reputation among the locals lent credence to Lord Shao's actions. With An's province's formidable strength, what was there to fear? Initially, Prefect Lu may have boasted, but ultimately, had he not been subdued? An's province stood tall, resilient and powerful. Under Jia Hemming's adept management of public opinion and Lord Shao's unwavering leadership, confidence was restored, and calm prevailed. People were initially rattled by the news but soon found reassurance. Even if they disagreed, they understood the importance of maintaining order and living their lives in peace. The rest was inconsequential. Even in the event that Lord Shao faced adversity from the court in the future, he had never mistreated the common folk. The only change was the replacement of An's province's prefect, an inconsequential detail in the grand scheme of things. Escape? Where could he escape to? The world outside was in chaos. It was worse than An's province. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 21-28, Arrangement. Following a series of deliberations, surprisingly, all the major families opted to remain. Some even covertly visited the rear of the state government office, bearing banknotes and lavish gifts. Was this a form of preemptive reconciliation? Xiao Xian graciously accepted the offerings with a smile, recognizing the necessity of doing so. Moreover, it was an opportune time for additional funds. Although they weren't lacking in wealth, and both Zhao Shu and Taotao had resources to spare, when it came to finances, more was always better. With An's province now stabilized, Jia Hemming resumed his administrative duties, collaborating closely with Zhao Shu. He initiated procurements of provisions, fabrics, medicinal herbs, iron goods, and other essentials from various sources. Zhao Shu's extensive business network and connections proved invaluable in this endeavor. While the news remained contained, they seized the opportunity to acquire as many resources as possible. Stockpiling was prudent, the quantity outweighed any concerns about elevated prices. In times of uncertainty, securing supplies took precedence above all else. Indeed, Xiao Yunduan wasn't rebelling, he was merely defending himself against baseless accusations. As for Zhao Shu, he was an enigma, a man unafraid to take risks. While others treaded cautiously, he approached the situation with enthusiasm, eager to seize the moment. Despite Xiao Yunduan and Xiao Xian's earnest suggestion for him to depart An's province with Taotao and sever ties with the Shao family, Zhao Shu adamantly refused. His eyes gleamed with excitement, indicating his eagerness to play a role in the unfolding events. It was evident that fate had presented him with a remarkable opportunity, one he couldn't afford to miss. He was resolute in his decision. He wasn't leaving, not under any circumstances. Similarly, Taotao adamantly rejected the notion of departure. She placed unwavering faith in her fifth brother and fifth sister-in-law. How could she abandon them in their time of need, when they had been unjustly accused and driven to desperation? Determined to lend her support, Taotao resolved to stay and assist. "Why don't we set aside a plot of land to cultivate flowers and produce lipstick? It's a valuable commodity, and we could earn a substantial income," she suggested. Qiao Xian and Shao Yunduan were both amused and touched by her ingenuity, deciding to cease their attempts to dissuade her. While the task of land reclamation awaited, there was no rush to undertake it. An's province required careful planning, a task that could wait until they had secured control. With Qiao Xian's unique ability ensuring successful cultivation, there was little cause for concern. Meanwhile, Sun Bai, Zheng Sang, and others commenced the recruitment of troops and acquisition of horses. In addition to the outskirts of An's prefecture city, they identified 2 suitable locations within the 17 towns to serve as military training camps. Shao Yunduan personally conducted interrogations of Sun Meng and Constable Li. Both were left dumbfounded. Sun Meng, in particular, was not only astonished but incensed. Frustration boiled over as he struggled against his restraints, his tirades directed at Shao Yunduan echoing through the interrogation room. The most common curse was, "How dare you rebel? How dare you rebel? The Emperor will never let you off." Yi was itching to deliver a few kicks, but Shao Yunduan intervened, halting his impulsive action. Suppressing a chuckle, Shao Yunduan couldn't help but find the situation amusing. He had never envisioned taking such drastic measures, yet it was Sun Meng who had cast blame upon him. Now, seeing Sun Meng's shock and bewilderment as he faced interrogation and reprimand was both ironic and unexpected. Sun Meng proved to be far from the hardened individual he portrayed himself to be. Under the pressure of interrogation and a few well-placed lashes, he quickly broke down, pleading for leniency and weeping for his parents. The arrogance in his eyes faded, replaced by sheer terror. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 21-29, finally settled with a menacing tone, Shao Yunduan issued threats, causing Sun Meng's arrogance to crumble, replaced by pleas for mercy. Fearing the consequences of hesitation, Sun Meng answered Shao Yunduan's inquiries promptly, desperate to avoid further punishment. Initially, he had wielded his position with bravado, but now, Constable Li found himself utterly dumbfounded, reduced to tears and begging for clemency. He was willing to serve as a pawn for Lord Shao, praying for forgiveness and mercy. Despite initially framing Shao Yunduan for rebellion, both he and Magistrate Lu knew they were the true perpetrators. Shao Yunduan found conversing with Constable Li repulsive and chose to remain silent. For days after that fateful night, Shao Yunduan departed for the provincial city with Constable Li, accompanied by a dozen men from Prefect Liu's faction, along with Zheng Sang, Sun Bai, Sun Qian, and Wu Guan. In the morning, Shao Yunduan departed with a force of 300 men, with Constable Li and his companions trailing behind, masquerading as their former associates. Meanwhile, Zheng Sang and his cohorts embarked on their journey under the cover of night, positioning themselves for an ambush outside the provincial city. Though their numbers amounted to only 2,000, each soldier was a seasoned elite. Furthermore, with the formidable prowess of Zheng Sang, Sun Bai, Sun Qian, and Wu Guan, they possessed more than enough strength to catch the city by surprise. Meanwhile, Qiao Xian and Jia Hemming remained in An's province, ensuring heightened security measures. To facilitate swift communication, various groups disguised themselves along the official road between An's province and the provincial capital, ready to relay any news back immediately. Qiao Xian had full confidence in Zheng Sang, Sun Bai, and their comrades. In comparison, Prefect Liu's subordinates paled in comparison, relying solely on Constable Li for direction. It was doubtful whether the Sun family wielded any significant influence in this region. However, before the dust settled, anything was possible. Qiao Xian placed her trust in Shao Yunduan, but she couldn't shake the nagging doubts that lingered in her mind. In Shao Yunduan's absence, Xiao Xian found herself restless, her thoughts consumed by endless possibilities. Thankfully, she found solace in the company of Taotao, Anan, Madame Jia, Li Xia, and Li Qiu, and the days passed by in relative peace. Finally, after 3 days of anxious waiting, Xiao Xian received news from the province. Alongside a letter addressed to Jia Hemming, Shao Yunduan had penned a hurried missive to Xiao Xian herself. Despite the messy handwriting, the content of the letter brought a sense of relief. With the dust settled, Xiao Xian couldn't contain her joy and celebrated with Taotao and Madame Jia. The following day, Jia Hemming delegated the affairs of An's province to 2 capable scribes, with Xiao Xian overseeing their work. All official correspondences and decrees were issued under Shao Yunduan's personal seal, ensuring their validity. Meanwhile, Jia Hemming hastened to the provincial city with a select group of competent men. Following the assumption of control over the province, numerous administrative tasks required reorganization. Shao Yunduan placed his trust in the personnel of the An's province state office, particularly relying on the meticulousness of Jia Hemming in handling these matters. No matter how intricate the issues at hand, Jia Hemming demonstrated remarkable adeptness in resolving them swiftly, with his active involvement ensuring successful outcomes. After a span of 10 days, Shao Yunduan returned with a contingent of individuals in tow. In the aftermath of the initial confrontation, Prefect Lu, Constable Li, members of the Sun family, and the detainees apprehended in An's province were all pardoned by Shao Yunduan and escorted out of Huaixi province. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2130, finally settled. Given their status and Shao Yunduan's imperative to protect himself rather than instigate a bloodbath, it was deemed unnecessary to resort to violence against these individuals. Moreover, they lacked significant influence, rendering their release inconsequential in the grand scheme of affairs. Recognizing the futility of further bloodshed, Shao Yunduan chose not to escalate the situation any further. Instead, he opted to assert his authority through strategic means. On that eventful day, Shao Yunduan clandestinely seized control of the magistrate's office within the province. Under the guise of Prefect Liu's authority, he summoned all 10 county magistrates, excluding those from An's province. The county lords were gripped with fear upon their arrival at the provincial government office, realizing the rapid transformation that had overtaken the world. Though their comprehension may have been slow, Shao Yunduan's swift and covert actions had left the entire city unaware and unprepared. While chaos reigned within the magistrate's office, the outside world continued to buzz with activity, seemingly unaffected by the internal turmoil. Peddlers still clamored on the streets, oblivious to the upheaval within the government building. The county lords breathed a sigh of relief upon realizing that Shao Yunduan's intentions were not to deliberately test them, but rather to swiftly address the pressing matters at hand. With time of the essence, Shao Yunduan wasted no time in pressing forward with his plans. He knew that further delays were untenable. Among the county lords, a division emerged. Some harbored favorable sentiments towards Shao Yunduan, having observed the lessons learned from An's province and recognizing the potential benefits of aligning themselves with him amidst the chaotic state of the world. Conversely, others remained loyal to Magistrate Lu or were simply indecisive, opting to resign from their posts rather than taking sides. Shao Yunduan placed those allied with Magistrate Lu under house arrest within the intermediate office, while redistributing administrative responsibilities across the counties. After a rigorous 10-day effort, Shao Yunduan succeeded in restoring order to Huaixi province. Only then did he proceed to expel the Sun family and Prefect Lu from the province, marking the culmination of his endeavors. Shao Yunduan, finally afforded a moment of respite, returned to An's city. By then, news of his successful occupation of Huaixi province had already spread, causing little commotion. In an era where bold individuals staked claims and territories with relative impunity, Shao Yunduan's audacious move to assert control over Huaixi province didn't raise many eyebrows. If he had the prowess to swiftly conquer Huaixi, it was only natural for him to secure a piece of land for himself. As Shao Yunduan made his triumphant return to An's province, the citizens were jubilant and eager to welcome their prefect back. Their faith in Lord Shao had been vindicated, and their worries and anxieties had been assuaged. For the various families, the tension that had gripped them before had dissipated, replaced by a sense of relief and optimism. Finally, a resolution had been reached. Shao Yunduan returned to the court, his day's tasks completed as darkness enveloped the sky. With a sense of urgency, he hastened back to the east yard, where Qiao Xian awaited him with a warm smile. Though Qiao Xian had experienced separation from him before, this time felt different. The distance between them seemed palpable. Shao Yunduan, appearing unchanged, stood before her, his breath labored and erratic. His gaze, however, shimmered with emotion as he looked at Qiao Xian, yet words seemed to elude him. After what felt like an eternity, they exchanged smiles and embraced tightly, finding solace in each other's arms. Qiao Xian nestled her head against Shao Yunduan's chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat and inhaling his familiar scent. In this moment, the turmoil and anxiety of recent days dissipated, replaced by a profound sense of tranquility. Her nose tingled slightly, and her eyes brimmed with tears. "You're finally back," she whispered softly. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 2131. Busy Shao Yunduan held Qiao Xian close, his embrace comforting and reassuring. "I'm back because you and Anan are here. Where else would I go?" Qiao Xian's heart swelled with warmth at his words, a smile gracing her lips. As they settled down together, Qiao Xian suggested freshening up. "Let's take things one step at a time from now on. Having a clear goal and a place to call home already makes things feel so much better." Shao Yunduan nodded in agreement. "Absolutely. Whatever I do, I'll make sure to consider every angle." He reassured her of their preparedness, knowing that they had contingency plans in place. Qiao Xian smiled back, her trust evident in her gaze. "I believe in you." With Shao Yunduan back, their minds were put at ease, at least for the time being. An's province was secure with them at the helm, and they were ready to face whatever challenges came their way. With everything settled in An's province, Shao Yunduan turned his attention to Huaixi province, the heart of the region, where he could better oversee matters. An's province was entrusted to a capable scribe to manage administrative affairs, while recruitment, training, and procurement of supplies were overseen by appointed individuals from the military camp, with Zhao Shu and Taotao handling the supplies. Qiao Xian remained in An's province, awaiting Miss Fang's arrival. Despite Shao Yunduan's facade of innocence, it was clear to discerning eyes that it was merely a pretext. This put Miss Fang and the others in Yuzhang Shaoding village in potential danger. Even if they were overlooked for the time being, the possibility of their safety being compromised lingered, leaving a sense of unease. It was a situation that required careful consideration and planning to mitigate any risks that may arise. After successfully establishing control over the province, Shao Yunduan arranged for Miss Fang and the others to be brought to their new location. With the land officer overseeing family affairs, Shao Yunduan calculated that they should arrive within a few days. Meanwhile, Qiao Xian remained in An's province, awaiting their arrival and devising plans for exploration and cultivation, with Taotao assisting in the process and training new recruits. Qiao Xian had another important task at hand, repairing the road. Ensuring the proper maintenance of the route from An's province to the provincial capital was essential. Amidst everyone's busy schedules and Shao Yunduan's return to the province, Qiao Xian's activities went unnoticed as she began surveying and planning for the road repairs. Most of the roads were merely widened versions of their original paths, while a few outdated routes were replaced entirely with more efficient ones. Qiao Xian utilized her special ability to address the more challenging aspects of road construction, such as stubborn rocks and obstacles. With her power in action, the soil loosened considerably, and underground roots rapidly thickened, facilitating the excavation process. Despite the task not being urgent, Qiao Xian tackled it with ease as she moved from An's province, encountering and swiftly resolving obstacles along the way. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible.